We're on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another exciting episode of Inside Movies Galore, where we are celebrating our fifth year of being together and talking about films online. So it is a pleasure to celebrate this with you guys. Um, so we figured we'd go back to our origins on some of the films that we first started with. And originally we did House of a Thousand Corpses and The Devil's Rejects in a double feature. Um, and since it is now a trilogy, we figured for something extra, we'd go on about Three from Hell as well for tonight. So it is going to be a long haul. So grab your pitchforks, everyone, and let's all go down to the House of a Thousand Corpses, filmed in 2003, directed by um, Rob Zombie. Um, this is definitely a film that was in the early 2000s, at least a repeat watch for some of us. But let us go and see what IMDb says about this film really quick, and then we'll go into um, our first impressions here. So, two young couples traveling across the backwoods of Texas, searching for urban legends of murder, end up as prisoners of a bizarre and sadistic black backwater family of serial killers. So, Dustin, um, was this a first time watch for you?
I first saw this in 2007. It was maybe my first, some people would, I think, take issue with me using the term serious horror movie, but this was my first, really trying to scare you a horror movie that I saw. And it had me pacing the room with anxiety. Looking back on it now, it's almost quaint compared to a lot of the other stuff I've seen by this point. But I'll always enjoy this one. It seems like Rob Zombie basically took The Last House on the Left and Chainsaw Massacre and kind of combined them, which I kind of wish he'd used fewer parts of The Last House on the Left, especially like the really extreme like sexual assault stuff, because that's no fun. But for the most part, I really like this movie. And I have pretty much only positive things to say about it. I mean, I guess it does have some like flaws. Like some scenes are kind of like that didn't really quite make sense, or some moments are kind of filmed like home video style. Like if the family had like a camera and was just in the corner of the room. There are things that are cut in almost like music videos, which I listened to Rob Zombie before I saw this movie. Like it kind of felt like a transitional sort of thing, where it's like, oh yeah, we'll just film that scene like we film a video. That seemed to be kind of the what's the word? Vibe, I guess, of some of those sequences. I'm trying to think about what most stuck out in my mind the first time I saw it.
One of the things that I always seem to remember from this film is all the different like horror sequences, like from older films that he seems to interject into his films. He did a lot of that in this particular movie.
Yeah, he likes old black and white horror, and he really goes for it.
Would that be the extent of your first impression then?
I think so, unless something jogs some memory.
Okay. Heading over to you, Jake. I know you're kind of an outsider on this particular film, but have you seen bits and pieces of it at least over time?
No.
Okay.
I wanted to join tonight's discussion because it is an anniversary discussion, and this is a film I've heard a lot about over the years. But due to a snafu in my timing, I didn't get to watch it when I planned to, and we were already set to watch The Devil's Rejects. So I'll have a lot more to say on that one. I'm going to be relatively quiet on this one, but I will say this is a series I have never had any desire whatsoever to see. So I'll be curious to see if y'all can change my mind at all.
This one is almost cartoony compared to Devil's Rejects. If that gives you an idea.
Well, basically, and again, I'm curious to hear what y'all have to say, but my understanding of this is that it's going to be that it was essentially a splatterfest where torture was a major plot point, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. House of a Thousand Corpses got its reputation inflated a little bit where that stuff's concerned, because at the time it was kind of hardcore for a minute, but not really. It's just like a haunted house movie.
I will say this,
or like a haunted house attraction made into a movie, rather. Like it's just backlot Universal music video shit, like Dustin was talking about.
I will say this: after watching Devil's Rejects, I have moved this from No Way in Hell to so that tells you something.
If you can handle Devil's Rejects, you can handle a lot. Don't see the original Last House on the Left because that'll kill you, but you did good by watching Devil's Rejects.
This group has inured me to quite a few things I would not have enjoyed back in the day.
Well, and honestly, I think over time when you watch horror, you tend to get desensitized over certain things that you might have like watched it at one point in time when you were a kid and gone like, I don't want to see it, you know, and then now it's like fuck was I thinking, you know, but
or more like, fuck this movie, fuck it hard, let's go watch something better.
Well, for some time, Rob Zombie was a thing in horror films. So let's go over to you, Mo. Was this a first time watch for you?
No, this is the one that I've seen like countless times over the years. I'm pretty sure that we saw it in theater when it was new. I love it, man. I don't know. I really like how it's like a fucked up version of, like Dustin said, Texas Chainsaw meets like Last House on the Left, all sort of filtered through like a weird freak show roadside attraction circus vibe. And then just, the way the sets are all built and everything, you can tell they're actually sets someplace, you know what I mean? So especially the whole last portion of the movie where they're underground and stuff, it just feels like something you'd run into at a really intense haunted house or something like that. I really like the stream of consciousness sort of weird mixing between different types of footage thing that it's got going on. I think it's probably the most true Rob Zombie movie of all of his movies, It feels the most like him just honestly doing what he would do as a horror film. And then the other ones feel a little bit like him trying to like prove he's hardcore or something like that. But the first one's just a lot of fun.
I agree with that. One thing that I was kind of thinking about as you were saying it was how it's the most Rob Zombie. And it does seem like the most like from his mind without like outside influences of it's like, well, okay, I gotta try to be like this. I mean, The Devil's Rejects is his best movie, I think, still. But this is definitely, I hesitate to say more enjoyable because of some of the stuff that's in here that I personally take issue with. But, well, it's more enjoyable. Devil's Rejects,
Yeah.
pretty dark.
I do have a question for you, Dustin. I'm just curious, like as far as things taking issue with and whatever. I know you and I were in the same camp on Bunny the Killer thing, but you find this one much more agreeable than that?
Oh, my mic is still on. Whoops. Yeah, I think this one, how do we put this? This one has more dignity.
All right.
I guess. I don't know. Don't know if I'd agree there with Devil's Rejects. Anyways, House of a Thousand Corpses, maybe.
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah, Devil's Rejects. You don't really you hear about it, but you don't really see it. Whereas they kind of show it in House.
Okay.
So Rob Zombie seems to like favor like rape as like a shock thing in some of his movies, and it's like
It's true to the
You
stuff
hear-
that he's aping for the shit, though. You know what I mean?
it
Like
is-
he's going for that 70s exploitation grindhouse thing. A lot of those movies did have that stuff in there.
I know it is. It's just in some places it feels kind of. Oh my god! I almost said forced.
No, it does for sure, dude. In House, it feels like okay, this just happens to be one of the crazy things that these guys have done, you know. But
Let's
in
show
the
it
later
three or four
ones,
more
it
times.
feels like
It's
they're hitting a
oh.
quota or something with it, you know. And
Exactly.
it's like, what's going on here?
It's like let's tick off this box, and you know, and it feels there are 2 or 3 scenes where that's like talked about or implied in House, and by like the third one, it's like I feel like we are trying to. Like, oh, it feels like they're trying to get me, you know?
Okay. Mo, did you finish off your first impression?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. I mean, it's just it's a pretty delightful little horror film, you know. At the time and still since, I'd probably give it credit as being one of the movies that like invigorated my interest again for a while in current horror films, you know. Because it was a little bleak there in the early 2000s for a minute, but then you got stuff like this and like the Dawn of the Dead remake where I was like, okay, there's still good stuff can come out, you know.
And the odd thing like Ghost Ship or Valentine that was
Yeah, you had some
completely
cool stuff like
overlooked, or like House of Wax. House of Wax is actually pretty dope, but nobody saw it. Well,
Yeah.
okay, people did see it because they wanted to see Paris Hilton die, but
I was gonna say I watched.
nobody remembered
the whole
it.
purpose of
I saw it
Paris
in the
Hilton.
I saw it in the theaters, believe it or not.
I never,
but
I never
anyways.
saw that remake.
You
It's pretty
should.
decent. It's a good time. Yeah, this is
But-
probably the only movie of the 3 I would recommend to people. The other stuff is kind of that shit that, like, I guess I've
It's
just
too
grown
heavy.
out of wanting to show that kind of thing to people anymore. You know, I don't find the edginess of it edgy anymore. It's just kind of like, oh my god. Like the second one, there's parts where it feels like it's written by like a spooky 15-year-old, and then 3 from Hell feels like it's written by like a 40-year-old dude trying to sound like a spooky 15-year-old again. And it just
3
doesn't
from
work for me, a
Hell.
lot of it.
3 from Hell feels like it's trying to be like 4 or 5 different genres. It's like each segment is a different genre.
Hmm.
And the overall mix is kind of clumsy. So, but this is House of a Thousand Corpses is the most coherent one, I think.
Well, I think it's because he just kind of was forced to put his money where his mouth was, sort of, because he basically lied his way into making it, from what I understand. And then he
really?
had access to this shit and was like, all right, we'll make the movie now, dude. And so he just kind of had free range to throw whatever the fuck he wanted into it and just had fun doing it. And, you know, it came out an actual Rob Zombie movie. The other ones feel like almost like Rob Zombie trying to do Tarantino or something. And it just doesn't work for me anymore.
Especially 3 from Hell, exactly. Well, I think I said in a conversation with somebody The Free from Hell feels more like a Robert Rodriguez movie at times than a
Yeah, I
Tarantino
could
movie.
see that for sure. And it's just he doesn't he can't write well enough to pull that shit off, so it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that was oh boy. Because I mean, I like Rob Zombie. Like he's great. He's just some of his stuff. Oh boy, like 30.
There's some of it you gotta wonder, man. I mean, like there's a moment in 3 from Hell in prison where the prison lesbos are gonna rough her up and they start shouting "cripple time" and they're just chanting "cripple time" as they're going to stab her, and it's like someone wrote this down.
Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Anyways,
How does that happen? How does that make it beyond like the page to the actual screen? No one's telling this guy no ever.
Yeah. Whereas with House, it seems like there was more. Would you say that there's more polish for House? That stuff like that doesn't happen, like in terms of like the line reads.
Yeah, I feel like it just came across more natural too, because back then Rob still was doing more of the music end of things. So him trying to come across as like spooky was just more genuine, I suppose, and felt less like he couldn't pull it off. So he just masks it with vulgarity and dumb shit like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think he was just at a better place when he did the first one, and then, you know, he liked making them. So he was making the other ones more for himself than he was for us.
And then you get into like the rest of his work, like Halloween, which kind of took the stuff that didn't work from House and ran with it. Like you were talking about, like the crazy vulgarity and stuff, just for the sake of it.
I don't know what to do here, so we'll just have him talk about skull fucking her, you know? It's like, I don't know, or spend another afternoon on the script. We could do that.
Well, if you watch the commentaries to these things, it's like, oh yeah, the actor ad-libbed that, and I thought it was like really funny. Or like, I named this character after a sandwich I had on the way to the set. Or
yeah, he's just having fun with them, which I can respect on some level, but it's like, I don't know.
I wanted to rewatch the commentary for House and hear kind of his thoughts again, but I ran out of time.
I think the best example of the difference is you could see Otis Driftwood's lines in House, and they're like actually pretty badass. And then the other ones, it feels like, you know, he's got some good ones here and there, but most of it feels like it was almost designed to be printed on merch at Hot Topic or something. Like it's just one-liners, you know.
Or a good example for Free from Hell is the shirt Otis wears for like most of the movie. Jesus loves you, but I don't, so fuck you. And it's like the shirt is like front and center in the screen, and it's like, I want that shirt. Is this?
They sold them for a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't manage to get one, and it's because it's like I feel like I couldn't actually wear that outside, you know. Like
yeah, it's got that like I don't want to go to church, Mom feel to it, you know. Like,
I mean, maybe I could like splatter some blood on it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, let's continue with first impressions. Going with you, Tammy. Was this a first time watch for you?
No, it wasn't the first time. I honestly don't remember the first time I watched it. I've gotten into Rob Zombie's music for quite a long time, so I'm sure I watched it as soon as I probably could because it was a Rob Zombie thing, and I was like, "Oh, Rob Zombie, okay." It was all right. I mean, it did remind me, like you guys have been talking about, with a Texas Chainsaw type of a thing, and but I mean, I think I've seen things actually that have been gorier and grosser than this, so it didn't really shock me or anything. But it was a slasher movie. I didn't nothing I was going to jump up and down about, but you know, it was all right.
Okay. Is that the extent of your first impressions then?
Yep.
Okay. Heading over to Kroll. Was this a first time watch for you?
No, I saw it sometime close to when it came out. It wasn't in the theater or anything. I don't know exactly when, but it was somewhere when it first came out. I enjoyed it. I love just Rob Zombie's music videos and music. So yeah, their war scenes definitely felt like music videos. I also loved how, like it was mentioned that he has the old movies in the background, plus his infatuation with the Munsters, which I agree with. I always loved the Munsters myself, and I can't wait for his Munsters movie coming out. So yeah, I really, like I said, I really enjoyed it. I'm not huge on horror, especially non-monster horror. But this was a fun movie. I enjoyed it, and definitely my favorite of the three. It's always been my favorite of the three. But other people have thought, the second one has gone down. But I've always thought the second one is fine movie, but I always thought the first one was favorite. I really liked the ensemble cast, the whole family of crazy nuts, and few couple people that you don't even realize are part of it. At first, clown and stuff, they're part of it, and at first you don't realize it. It's like when you realize it, it's like, oh shit, this family is really reaching out, and they got it, they got you there to stop, and they get you to check out things, and the girl's like, oh, help me, I need to get home, it's raining, and you pick her up because she's a hot chick, and in the rain. And it's just they got the whole setup, and they sucker you in the whole way, and they even make you think you're gonna escape. I still don't understand why the guy stopped his car instead of kept driving, but yeah. But that's a different story.
Everybody in horror movies makes stupid mistakes. I still remember that commercial.
When you got this crazy people are trying to after you, and I mean, just the whole situation in the first place kind of fucking weird. So the second they could get out of there, they should got the fuck out of there.
Well, there was plenty of time for the one chick once he smashed the windshield. For her to get out of there instead of screaming her fucking head off,
Right. I mean, both the girls could have actually just fucking drove. I know they didn't really want to leave the boyfriends or whatever, but or at least try to run the guy over that was beating them or something. They just was in the back seat, still just trying to shut the door and lock it, and get the fuck out of the driver's seat, woman. I don't care if you got your license or not. Get the fuck in there. What are you thinking? So yeah, they were definitely pretty stupid at that scene, which none really felt like that stupid afterwards. Of course, Dwight's character, or whatever the hell his name is in the movie. But, he never really had a chance. He got beat down pretty quick and then killed and mutilated first. So he never had an opportunity to escape.
Fish boy.
But, anyways, that's my first impression.
Okay.
I keep thinking about that that commercial where there's hey, we should go to the vehicles. No, let's hide behind the wall of chainsaws.
Right.
This is perfectly safe.
I had nobody.
Hearing these just kind of reminds me, first impression wise, that if you're experienced with horror movies, this will just be kind of another one in the chamber. But if you haven't seen any horror, this will really rock you.
Oh heck yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's an impactful movie. I knew lots of people for a while. This was their favorite horror film because it was similar to you. It was the first one they saw that was, I guess, hardcore for them at the time, which is, not a bad place to start.
No, I would say it's beginning at modern day horror 101, basically. If you wanted to go out and check out a more hardcore film, this is kind of where to start. But heading over to you, Brandon. Was this a first time watch for you?
No, I haven't seen this a lot of times. I'm not gonna lie. I remember first hearing about it. I didn't see as it was during a time where I had just gotten employed. Um, I'd say it was it's not my first full-time job, but it was my first serious full-time job in 2003. So I didn't see it, though I'd heard rumbles of it because I was just trying to get, when you first get there and you're moving out on your own, you're having to secure a place to live, you're having to do all this stuff, and then we had a hurricane in October, a little one called Isabel that came through in 2003. Those in Virginia definitely remember it. At least I know Jake probably did. And so I missed it when it was in theaters, but I remember that was when I started really building my collection, was during that time period, because I'd had maybe five titles at that time, and then I was starting to work on it because there was stuff like that, stuff going outside of the house. I mean, I was having to report people for assaults, rapes, drug deals, stabbings, things like that all the time because it would be right outside my door. So I wasn't going out at night. So I decided I'd go ahead and not rent this. I went ahead and I got the DVD, which I still have, by the way, because if you have the DVD menu has that lovely Sid Haig messing with you that they took out for the Blu-ray, which is a sad thing.
really is.
Yeah, I need to track that down. I was going to make that comment as well.
But
it's very different. Yeah, there's like a good 10 minutes of footage,
which is why I had to keep it. Devil's Rejects I was able to toss out, sell when I had the the Steelbook. But I had said, I'm just going to go ahead and watch this. Now, keep in mind that in around 2004, I was just getting started into horror movies. And as somebody who, as a child, was frightened by the Garfield Halloween special, I just was not very much into horror at the time. So when I saw this, I had... this is probably the goriest, nastiest thing I had ever seen. And I was mixed with two feelings. One was I thought that there's certain things that were really neat, like a lot of the production design and stuff like that. But the torture, the violence, the rape, the skinning of people, all that was just too much for me to deal with. I was like, I'm never watching this shit again. That was my first thought. Terrible film, hated it. And but I kept it in the collection because I thought maybe I will come back to it one day and like it. And then I finally revisited it again day before yesterday. So, and I admit, now that I've been desensitized over a period of 20 years, pretty much, not quite 20, but I'd say close enough, 18. I would say that, I actually am much better with it. I still don't like the scenes, but they don't bother me near as much as they used to. So you talk about first horror film, though it wasn't my first horror film, it was my first horror film of that caliber. And definitely it made me go, I won't watch this until I went ahead and did it. So, yeah, I think I like it much better now that I've seen it.
And you know what I'm liking better about this discussion here around, except for myself, no one from the original crew that was originally on when we first started this is actually part of this discussion. So it's almost like we're doing a brand new discussion here.
Wasn't Dustin here for that one?
Nope.
Dane was. I know that one.
I missed that one. I got invited to come on like 2 weeks after. And they gave me like the really nasty ones. It's like, do you want to watch Salo? And it's like, no. Do you want to watch a Serbian film? What's that?
Well, we'd only just begun talking in a film group, and then we started talking a little bit more, and I was like, well, I am part of this podcast, Did you want to join? And it just so happened to be the next film next week that we're going to be talking about. So
We've only just begun.
Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses was always a movie that I had always that I had heard about for several years before I actually got myself a copy, and I ended up watching it with a group of friends the first time, and then eventually I picked up a copy of it for myself. The first time I watched it, I remembered it being, sung that it was a more hardcore, gruesome film. And now looking back at it, they don't really show any skinning at all. They don't.
Yeah, it's pretty tame.
It's tame as fuck. I mean, it is more suggestive, and he was good at suggestive nature. He went only so far as to show you what could happen, and then you thought the rest. But he was good at doing that for this movie. And I look at this movie as like. And some of the dialogue in the other films as well. I look at this movie as like a kind of a almost like a send up to like past horror films. To be honest. Because he's got like little bits and pieces of older films. They talk about Humphrey Bogart in one of the films. Honestly, yeah, it was pretty cool at the time when I first watched it, and it's a good rewatch. I do like the fact that we have a couple of bumbling friends who just so happen to be looking for a horror place to write up, because they're young writers, and they end up taking their girlfriends to this kind of an attraction, but one thing that he brought to the table in this movie was he brought a horror host called Dr. Wolfenstein to so he was sending up to horror hosts past a little bit too. You have that going on in the background, a horror marathon thing that people are watching. Even the girl's father is watching that darn thing while he's waiting for her to come home and shit. But we have kind of a slight backstory of a character called Dr. Satan, which apparently he was some doctor that ended up doing some experiments, and evidently there's some hanging tree down at the end of the road that apparently is where the townspeople hung him from. So yeah, what do you all think about the characters going in here? I mean, I think we got one guy who was in Office Space, I believe, the movie.
The Office, but yeah, Rainn Wilson
Office,
is in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays Dwight Schrute on The Office, Beats, Bears, Battlestar Galactica. I love the whole backstory to the kids, because if I remember correctly, they're specifically writing a book on sort of dorky roadside attractions, which has always been something I've enjoyed as well, from like going on trips with my dad. I've never been to anything like this, but I've seen plenty of like world's biggest gator, come in here and buy some shitty pork rinds, so it's imagining running across an insane one like this in the middle of nowhere that's got like some horror show thing glorifying serial killers going on at it is an interesting prospect, because I would almost be willing to bet you it existed at some point in some form. So I always liked that, man. I mean, just the idea that these guys were traveling around specifically looking for this kind of stuff, and this just happened to be one that it went bad at. It's like such a good premise for a horror film, from Rob Zombie or anyone.
I love the character of Captain Spaulding. I mean, Sid Haig's character is probably one of the best characters to come out of this film. And I look at that when you start out with that commercial for his place, and then it goes to the robbery right there. I mean, it gets right in your face, all intense about it. I love that. I thought that was great how they did that. Just like I say, right in your face, moved right at it. You knew what this film was going to be like, just well by that alone. And I'll admit, it hit hard there, and I loved it from the beginning for that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool the way they fucked up the robbers. I mean, they deserved it. They're trying to rob them, and they're got their guns out, and I don't know. Whenever you pull out guns trying to rob somebody, and you get killed doing it, well, you get what you deserve. In my opinion.
And I know that the guy who went back like in the toilet, I think that was Michael J. Pollard, who played Stucky.
Yeah. I always like that part where he's telling him about that dude that got the Dr. Zaius doll stuck in his ass. Like, I just want to fucking hear more about that, if I'm honest. What else he put
Yeah. That was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, Dr. Zaius is no small order there. That was a beefy figure.
I mean, if all I had was just sitting at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, I'd probably be talking about some dude pulling Dr. Zaius out of his ass on a regular basis. I mean, that just is that's the order of the day,
Well, and if you look around the room at the memorabilia, just the way that the set design was set up to make it look like a horror collector, and Captain Spaulding, one of his catchphrases is selling his Kentucky Fried Chicken or whatever the fuck it is that he sells.
Spicy chicken.
But turns out that he's actually got a small horror ride in the back room. What are y'all thinking about that?
Oh, one of my favorite parts of the film.
Yeah, it's rad.
I loved how it got set up. I mean, most of y'all would go on that ride, I would expect.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, even if I wasn't writing a book on it, if I saw the billboard for that place, I'm stopping.
And at that moment, we see Erwin Keyes, who plays Rebelli, as like that bodyguard looking dude. He's the tall guy, pushing the ride. And playing with the girl's hair as he's going along.
That part always gives me the fucking willies for some reason when he's like reaching out and touching her hair, and I think he sniffs it at one point, and it's just such a creepy thing, It makes you think about if people. Yeah, I think there's probably, unfortunately, more of that going on in haunted house attractions than we'd like to ponder,
Trout sniffing.
Well, and I think this was the first time that I'd actually heard about Albert Finch, who was a child serial killer.
Oh, Albert Fish, yeah.
Yeah, Albert Fish. And
all the needles in his groin.
Yeah. Oh, last house on the left did a fun expose on him.
And then, of course, he talks about Ed Gein, famous from Wisconsin here. So that's at least nice that he brings it up. And of course, he didn't mention his relationship with his mother at the time. So, but
I do like that though, how they're putting Dr. Satan in this like rogues gallery of real life serial murders rather than him trying to like attach him to Michael and Jason and Freddy and the fictional ones,
Yeah, and it's a nice setup and send off for the that local legend that eventually we get get a look at later on.
Yeah, when the movie just unapologetically and without explanation becomes a totally different type of movie in the last third of it. I love it. I love when people do shit like that.
Well, we
Yeah,
get a
man,
bunch of missing photos of some girls when the words come through, and when you get the comic relief friend who comes back, and he is really trying to get where this Dr. Satan was hung, and the directions from him and from Captain Spaulding. He he at first was like, well, what do you want? You know, and he sends him. He finally tells him the directions, gives him a bag of chicken, and sends him on his way. So what do y'all think about what happens, and how about when we first meet the Fireflies?
I agree with whoever said I would not have been picking up Rob Zombie's wife at all because I'm sorry, but that's just too suspicious to me. I've seen too many horror movies.
I would have, because I'd be thinking with something different than my head on my shoulders.
That's what they tell me.
Oh yeah, she is, but and she looks like she's fresh out of like the '60s with her getup.
Well, it takes place in the '70s, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like that early '70s Texas Chainsaw era.
Yeah, Texas Chainsaw era.
The general South. I don't know if they ever just specifically say where it is, do they? But you just know.
It actually feels like it's in Texas. I felt like
someone in like a 5-mile vicinity has eaten armadillos on the regular, and it's not even a weird thing there. You don't need them to give you the zip code. It's just it's in that kind
it's of a place. Turn off the pave, bro.
Yeah, that hanging tree is probably a dime a dozen. There's a bunch of them down there.
Oh yeah.
But Baby is the first one that we meet, and then she tells him that my brother is a tow truck driver. So I guess they end up going with her. The boys end up going with her to the house, and that's when we meet Mama, who is played by Karen Black, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And I know that she shortly died after this film, if I'm not mistaken.
Unfortunately, yeah, she would have been a big point in the favor of the second one if she'd been able to be in there.
I was in the second one, but just very briefly.
I don't think that's her in the second one.
No.
It's like a lady done up to look like her, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a different actress. I'm like,
what I read was that it was a salary dispute was why they replaced her, and she died 2013, so that was a few years later, definitely.
Right.
But yeah, there are an unusually large number of people involved in this that are dead.
Yeah, and so the boys are at the house, and
it's just the one boy at the house.
It's two, I believe. It's both the guy with the glasses and his comical friend.
No, the one.
I think at first it is just Rainn Wilson that goes to the house.
Yeah, it is just the one with the glasses. The other one stays with the girls.
Yep.
That's okay, but he does eventually end up at the house too.
I'll do.
Yeah,
eventually.
Because the next person that we see after and meet after Mama is Tiny. Tiny.
Oh yeah.
Who...
Do you ever just eat your cereal like him for fun? I do sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, I love the Agatha Crispies. I love that.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That'd be like a cool little piece of memorabilia to buy.
There's Cody Tudor. Hello.
But
Well,
yeah,
what a fun
Right.
character. I mean,
um,
it's getting slightly ahead of ourselves, but you know, he lets somebody out of their cage when they ask him, and then Otis pushes them back, and then he's like, "What's wrong with you? Why'd you do that?" And he's just like, "Eh."
he
Well,
is a fun character.
that was the chick. She's like, please let me free, please let me free, and he just lets her go, and she's like, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, that's
now."
one of my favorite
And he
bits.
just waves by, and then she runs into Otis, and then Otis throws her in the cage with the other guys, and just looks at Tiny, and he just shrugs.
I don't know.
Well, in any case, they've been told that their car won't be fixed for a couple hours, so I guess they'll be there for dinner. So when dinner shows up, they've got to wear like these like masks. Grandpa
that was for
comes
dessert.
in, and that's when Otis. Well, we see bits and pieces of him enjoying himself with these missing girls that we saw posters of. And what do y'all think about Otis's entrance?
Oh, dude, it is legitimately one of the best character entrances in all of horror, in my opinion. He's walking down the stairs with that fucking fetus in a jar, and there's like that gnarly riff growing behind him and on the soundtrack, and he just looks like some type of jaundiced, weird closet corpse. That's, I think, probably my biggest gripe about the sequels is Otis doesn't look as gross as he does in this first one in those. I guess he took up like personal hygiene as a hobby after the events of this first film or something.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot more cleaned up in the other two.
Yeah, it's still one of the parts of the movie that legitimately makes like the hairs on my neck stand up is when he first comes in. It's just such a good character entrance.
Oh yeah, you can tell like he hasn't showered or bathed in like several weeks at least.
Knowing Bill, he probably didn't. Like, for real. Fun little tidbit. I did actually literally bump into Bill Moseley at the Crypticon. I didn't stop him or try to like talk to him because he was walking with purpose, but I did nod at him and he said, "Hey," like in that Bill Moseley voice, and it was really cool. And then of course we got to see him later on. Yeah, it was cool, dude. He's wearing a Guar shirt.
Were you?
No, I think it was Video Violence or Wood Chipper Massacre, something cool like that.
But I guess ultimately they realized that they were somewhere left of Norm, and their car became ready, so they ended up going to their vehicle, and ultimately they all got set upon and basically dragged back to the house.
Is it after they're captured or before that they force them to take part in all the Halloween festivities?
Yeah, they do.
That was before.
Yeah, dude, that rules so friggin' hard.
We skipped the whole Grandpa's thing, and
well,
then,
we also have two other films,
and then Baby's boop boop doo Betty Boop's song there. She likes flirting with all of them, and she like kisses the one girl, and she's like sticks her tongue out at her.
I mean,
that's all about that grandpa's comedy routine, though, man.
That was great. And then of course I love when she gets on the boyfriend's lap, and then she's like, "Get your hands off her, bitch!" and pushes her down, and she pulls out the knife and show her out, and they're like, "Oh, you guys can go."
And of course, Baby wants to kill her, and Mama's like, "Now settle down."
Not yet.
Thing has a reminiscent of the original Texas Chainsaw, when you've got that family dinner that they have. I mean, you can see that right in there, like with the movie. These people aren't captives; they don't realize they're captives yet. And I do think that's pretty cool that they did that nod right there, introducing a lot of strange, not so nice individuals, and almost a harmless way for the time being. And then, of course, after they blatantly offend everybody, then they eventually come after them. Though I'm pretty sure that they would have probably killed them anyway. You gotta wonder if they had made a better impression, or whether they would have actually,
I think they would have killed them one way or the other, but I could see how you'd wonder that.
You almost
I think
wonder if they would have showed some kind of like respectability towards them.
From the later interactions with the family, they do function somewhat in society, like just enough to not kill everybody they meet. So you could get along with them if you met them under the right conditions, and they were in the right mood.
Yeah, I mean,
they seem like the type of family that if they turned the dude in the fish boy and you laughed instead of screamed, you might be like, oh, this guy's pretty cool. You can just hang out. I like, though, the idea of how much someone will put up with, how much bizarre shit someone will put up with because they're receiving hospitality. Like, it takes until the girl is like blatantly flirting with the boyfriend and it causes like an actual commotion for them to finally be like, yeah, we really gotta, get the fuck out of here. This is getting weird. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've seen some bizarre shit and then been just sat there like, well, I don't want to be rude or at all get involved in this, so I'm just kind of a witness right now.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
And ultimately, one by one, the one guy he gets cut to pieces while being somewhat drawn and quartered on the wall, and they eventually show exactly what happens when you turn him into a little fish boy, like you said.
I want
little Fiji mermaid.
My boyfriend. Let me see him.
And they kind of present Captain Spaulding as almost a bystander in it, just somebody for what they call shits and giggles, essentially, that has been there as a side character, because they don't have him get involved until later.
In a sense, he's kind of like
he's like the setup for it in a way, but I mean, he makes it seem like he's not setting them up to go there, but I think he kind of prods them that way, without them knowing it, without making them think it's
right.
He gets
like
them
the whole
interested in Dr. Satan.
Like the whole store and barbecue place in Texas Chainsaw, it also probably somewhat provides them with something of a legitimate front for all of this, like that. Plus the towing business is like their way of flying under the radar, seeming normal, I guess.
He's also the harbinger, if you think about it, because he does give them a chance, multiple chances. So you don't want to go there, as these things. And then they keep insisting on doing it. So like any type of group where you've got the horror movie, technically it's the people who are the victims that end up sealing their own fate. I mean, that much I could guarantee. If one of them had said, nah, you're right, we don't need to see that.
Well, the girls didn't want to go. They're like, let's get out of here. And let's, the one girl wanted to go see her father and just wanted to get going. And the other girl didn't want to go see the Devil's thing, it was mostly that one kid, the driver, the kid with the glasses. He didn't really care either way. It seemed like he was more of a sci-fi nerd.
If he had got outvoted, the one that wanted to see all that stuff, then they'd all be alive.
I know they were outvoted, yet somehow he still got his way. I don't know.
Well, there was some part of the nerd dude that wanted to see it too, but he just didn't want to push it. And his friend gave him an excuse to do it,
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. They could have left with a fine write-up for their book. I mean, the tree isn't going to add much to it. It's a tree that allegedly someone was hung from. Like, ooh, scary, I guess.
Yeah,
it's a tree.
No, it's a tree.
Which I guess the Firefly family knew that they wanted to see this Dr. Satan, so they decided, well, we'll have you meet him.
It's your lucky day. You're gonna get to meet him.
So they take the two girls and the still somewhat conscious friend and parade them out to and I guess they dress the one girl up in a bunny suit.
They put them all in
They put them
different
all in
suits,
bunny.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all in bunny suits.
I think the girls are in bunny suits and
Yeah.
the dude is in like an Eeyore style, like donkey suit or
Yeah,
whatever.
they put him in
Well-
Halloween costumes because it's Halloween.
The idea that they did, they dressed them in the bunny suit because they're doing the rabbit hunt.
Yeah, I love that.
Which
Run,
that's
little bunny, run.
as he
Run,
said, he's
rabbit,
gonna let him,
run!
meet the real Dr. Satan at the end of that. So those survivors, I guess you could say, they were lucky in a way because they get to meet who they were after.
And I do have to say that there was a moment where I really liked the set design of where she was, because when they lowered them down in that coffin and that coffin opened, and then those dead people just came out of nowhere and like grabbed dude, she ended up running from there and ran into a few people who stripped her of a few of her clothings.
Mostly the bunny suit. I mean, they kind of took the bunny
That's what they
suit
wanted.
off.
They wanted the bunny suit.
Yeah, other people who had been dumped down there just kind of like scavenge whatever she's got on her.
Well, and there is a cool moment where we see her running down this long hallway walled with bodies of decayed.
Well, first she's walking very slowly until she gets scared, and finally, then she decides to bolt because she's just afraid something's gonna pop out at her, and things do kind of.
I can't blame her, man. I love the whole
I
like
feel the same way,
finale
too.
sequence. Of this movie.
That definitely feels like a haunted house scene right there.
Yeah, it totally is. You know,
You totally walk slow, and then you get really scared. And you're like, "Fuck this! I'm on here." I've actually done that in a haunted house, and
well, and if I remember right, granted, this is all from his interview I listened to probably a year ago at this point. But I think the whole reason he was even working around Universal at the time when he got the movie like greenlit was because he was working for their Halloween Horror Nights thing, where he was basically Rob Zombie was like building a haunted house for them when he talked them into letting him make this movie. So that stuff being in there isn't like coincidence. It's
Right.
He just got done building haunted houses for Universal and then went right into making this movie. You know. Which is rad. It's a weird influence you don't see in a lot of other horror films, unless they're specifically about haunted houses, you know.
And that's and at the end of this whole like walled, decayed bodies that she runs through, there are like a couple of double doors that she goes through, and there's someone evidently over on the side, like pulling the doors open, and this is where we see Dr. Satan is actually like this, like Edward Scissorhands looking dude.
They both look like fucking guar creatures that you would see come on stage during a show, you know, and just eviscerate someone.
You ever notice how this movie kind of goes full circle, where you start off with the fake like haunt, and then you end up in the real haunt at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. And
well,
then
they do a good job of making you think that the Dr. Satan shit is just like some folklore crap and they just happen to run into this crazy Texas Chainsaw family out here. But then it turns out that the Dr. Satan shit is real at the end. Like, I've always loved for everything about the whole like rabbit hunt and then all the shit in the underground complex and actually meeting the doctor and like Daddy Firefly or whatever the hell he's actually called, it's just nuts, man. The whole end of this movie.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's kind of revealed in Devil's Rejects that isn't Daddy Firefly technically Captain Spaulding? Like he's
Well, yes
he's at
and
least
no.
one
I
of the
mean,
main character's dads.
the way that like Mama Firefly kind of explained it, it felt like the dude in the subterranean area was like Tiny's dad, maybe, and maybe Otis's or something.
Okay, that's right. They all have different dads. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, I think in those TCM families, you just swap out those old dudes when they eventually get worn out or something. They become grandpa, you know, and you just let them bash the noggins with the hammer like the old days.
Shoot, I'm sad that Grandpa didn't make it to the other films because he was great. I love the scene where he's sitting there and they're watching the monsters and they're talking. Yeah.
Dude, even if they were just going to have him go out in the firefight at the beginning of the second movie, that would have been awesome. Him just cursing him out while he's fucking blowing away cops. That would have been sweet.
Yeah, it's almost worse though that he gets to die like peacefully, like off camera between movies. You know what I mean, though?
Right.
Yeah,
like he doesn't see any kind of justice.
He was a great character, so you know, it's a shame he wasn't in the second movie.
Ultimately, this final girl, I believe that we can kind of call her the final girl in this movie.
She is indeed the final one left alive.
Yeah, yes. The one that you actually think she escapes.
She does escape Dr. Satan and his muscled dude. The muscled dude gets like
I think that guy's actually called the Professor.
Okay. So the Professor gets like caved in, and she ultimately finds her way out, and I guess it's daylight at this moment. But they end up sending her back to Dr. Satan.
Well, she gets in the she flags down a car, which is Captain Spaulding driving it.
Correct.
And, he's like, "Wow, everyone's been looking for you," and you know. Then I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like, and I just had a feeling that he was in on it. At this point, you don't know that he's actually in on it yet, but yeah. And then you see Otis in the back seat, and then they drive her back to the house and shit. So.
And of course, in the background,
and them like sawing her brain open. Yeah.
Of course, in the background, the girl's dad was actually given a call, like while they were in town, and when they didn't show up, he called, the local.
Well, and there are a couple of things that come back to that, like the father being skinned and them wearing the skin of the father. That was kind of.
I love it. I can't believe no one mentioned that till now.
Earlier on. And then, of course, when you have the police come in there and you do this whole police investigation arc that ends with them just basically being slaughtered. But it also is important because when we talk about the second movie, that bears a huge importance, the police being slaughtered there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah, that ending. I was not happy with the ending the first time. I think that's why I said, fuck this movie. I'll never watch this again. And then now I'm back at it and I'm like, yeah, it's not so bad. I've seen a lot more horror movies that end in bad things. I was used to Stephen King was usually the most insane that I had watched horror-wise prior to this. So
they do tend to end on a down note. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that with horror movies. The bleak ending, where everyone's just dead or about to be.
I'm not usually, but I do enjoy my Stephen King movies. So I'm used to it. So I guess
his always end on a happy.
I guess with horror movies, it's okay. I prefer the happier ending, but I guess with horror movies. It's okay.
Yeah, fuck it. Kill all them kids. That's what I want. That's what I signed up for.
Well, and that's pretty much what happens. Although the final girl, she is found like just she's gone nuts and she's like hanging from like a post in I think what is the barn, or a shed or something like that. And there's all these like other bodies that are decaying around her, like some of the cheerleaders and her other friends and shit like that. And,
Yeah.
she's just I think she's just kind of just lost it, you know, because she's like in her own world. But we do get the dad who comes to the rescue, or tries to, and
he's another one of those motherfuckers in these movies you guys always picked that has real moist eyeballs. I noticed when I was watching this. Like, maybe it's just an older person thing or something. I don't know. I really like that whole bit with the dad and the cops, and the way, like, the whole slow motion silent shot when he takes the cop out. That's just such a cool way to do that. Underrated scene in the movie, I think.
And you do have to mention the one deputy sheriff or whatever.
Yeah, he was such a like he puts his gun down. He just saw all those tortured people. I don't care if I'm gonna die. I'm fucking taking somebody with me. I'm fucking shooting my way out. Like, why would you fucking just give up like that? Like, you just saw all these fucking tortured people. They're not gonna let you go, dude. Like, just fucking shoot your way out. Like at least fucking go in blaze of glory, you know? Like,
or
what
strip
the fuck?
naked and pretend you're one of the corpses. That's how you do it, dude.
Well, it's always a burn
Right,
fight in
you
these
know.
type of
Yeah, I see
cases.
what you mean, but he's so freaked out that he just freezes.
And
Yeah.
he drops the gun, and so it just, I don't know. I mean,
It's
I get it. It's, you know, it's hard to say what you do in that situation, but I mean, you know, you're gonna die or worse, be tortured to death. So it's like, at least getting shot like that, it's quick. They do shoot him, and make it quick, but he didn't know that. And
I
you know,
didn't find it quick. I actually thought it was a small pregnant pause before.
oh well, yeah, but I mean, they didn't torture him. They could have tortured him like they did everybody else. So that's all I'm saying is he got kind of a quick death compared to what he could have gotten.
And in all fairness, those Barney Fife characters, that the idea behind them is that they talk tough, they act tough.
Oh, I get that. I get that.
And
I'm not tough in any way whatsoever. But I'm just saying, in that situation, you know, it's like, fuck it. I'm dead either way. At least maybe I can take one of these fuckers up with me.
Dude, I want to see Andy Griffith versus some shit like this. That would have been great.
Andy
They
Griffith
just run
would
across the
have died
Cannibal
if they did
Hillbilly
stuff
clan.
like that.
Matlock Massacre.
That stuff went down. He would have ended up dying because he would have been trying to talk to him, like, "Hey, now, what's up here?" And then
Matlock Massacre is a little known classic.
he would have ended up wearing his face as a mask later on.
That never was. Anyways,
Yeah.
moving on.
Oh man, him in the Matlock mask would look fucked up.
But anyways, let's go into production here on this particular film. I know we've covered some of the characters and whatnot, but when it all comes down to it, this is kind of a slasher, so some of the people are somewhat forgettable.
I don't quite qualify as a slasher. This is kind of
maybe slasher adjacent in the sense. I mean,
there's a killer, but that's pretty much the only thing in common.
It's more just like roadside rampage shit, you know.
That's what I like about this movie more.
Backwoods.
They don't really use
Backwoods murder.
They don't really use a lot of guns. There we go. And yeah, they a little bit of slashing, but they use like all kinds of different tools, and they just kind of like I said, torture people.
Would you call this film like torture porn?
Nah, no. I just call it basically
it's barely porn, and it's, you know, it's barely
porn.
If you had to really
no,
if you really had to put it into a genre, it kind of almost is its own genre in a way, because it does very much that the DNA of the haunted house attraction is in there so much that that's how I typically describe the movie, as like, you know, if someone made a haunted house attraction into a film. It's got elements of a ton of old horror stuff in it, as we've all pointed out, but I don't think any of it really rises to the top to be the defining thing of the movie, you know. But the production is really the star of the whole thing, in my opinion. You know, the sets are amazing, and you know, aside from that, all the special effects are great too, and
I think the
costumes
soundtrack
and
is
everything.
pretty cool too.
Did you get a good look at some of the? I mean, everybody looks at the, like, you know, the stuff at the beginning and at the end, but did you look at some of the rooms that they had for some of the characters? Like, I mean, when they were sitting there and he was torturing that person or revealing the mermaid, all the stuff on the walls, all the little fine details that he put into it. That was a amazing touch, just by Rob Zombie.
I mean, just on the outside of the house with all the dolls and all the doll heads and like even that was just kind of freak in the beginning. You know, it was just, you know, all those doll heads, and they all just seemed to be kind of looking at you a little bit, you know, and that's
and it all looked like legitimately weathered and lived in. It didn't look like necessary. You know, it has that feeling of a set, but it didn't look. Yeah, it looked like a found location almost. And, you know, Rob had a long history of that. A lot of us, the first time we ever saw what he looked like outside of like CD jackets was when he like just decided to loiter on Headbangers Ball for a few months and decorate the set, you know.
Yeah,
so he'd been doing shit like that since back in the day.
I do want to say something to the effect that that Rob Zombie liked the ass shot of his wife. You know,
wouldn't you?
I like the ass shot of his wife.
You got, actually, does anybody else, when they first saw what Rob Zombie looked like, did anybody else look and say, that dude's a lot skinnier than I thought he would be?
He's a lot shorter too than you would think.
Yeah,
he always looks much more muscular on the covers because he's wearing all that bulky stuff. But when you realize he's like a skinny dude,
yeah, you're not gonna paint yourself on your album cover to look like you can't get on most roller coasters, dude. That's like, you know, you're gonna exaggerate
how normal he looked, like just as a dude, like not like in the costumes or anything. It was kind of like, that's it. So, and then, like I said earlier, I thought he kind of talked a little bit like a stereotypical like nerd from like an 80s movie or something.
Well, it's because that's what he is,
He's
dude.
A horror nerd.
Yeah, if you ever saw his cribs, it's one of the best ones, but it's basically just him showing off his horror collection, which takes up most of his house, you know.
It would make me too jealous. I avoid things like that.
Oh, it was glorious. I mean, he had all of it on VHS and Laserdisc and was prepping to convert to DVD at the time because it was cribs. So it was
I look at his wife and just get jealous. So
the house. That's the thing. I mean, he's no different than a lot of us, except for the fact that he had the talent to go out and do all that music.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, his movies are essentially fan films that have a bigger budget because he's Rob Zombie, and he has no problem admitting to that shit. You know, he's totally open about the fact that he bullshitted his way into even getting this movie made. You know.
So brief aside about. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
I was going to say,
no,
why don't we move to music real quick after you finish, Dustin?
Yeah, just brief aside about the music. So, I mean, that's all I knew Rob Zombie as for so long until I saw this movie. And then it was like, wow, is he, like, actually the person I thought he was? Like, in my head? Like, just like a weirdo? And then you see him be normal, and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, we're all weirdos to a point, but yeah, I mean, I like to think he is the dude we think of him as. There's just a normal element to it, you know?
This is 2007 Dustin's perceptions of people, places, and things that we're reiterating. So I was very immature, let's just say. Also, fun thing, we've been talking about how this is kind of like a haunted house movie. And a haunted house movie called Haunt that's on Shudder. The credits had a cover of Dragula in it, but it was like a really slow. It was like a really slow, like sad cover of Dragula. So it was like, is this the funeral version? Like, this is cool, but it's like, I feel really sad.
Yeah, Haunt is an excellent movie, by the way. I loved it.
Haunt rules. You should see Haunt. If you like House of a Thousand Corpses, you'll probably like Haunt.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I've only seen a couple of haunted house movies, but I've enjoyed them. I mean, I like the idea of haunted houses a lot, though. So
It's what Houses October built should have been after the first movie instead of that terrible second one they did.
yeah. I know that
Anyways,
soundtrack is good though too. I feel like there's a couple of like the House of a Thousand Corpses versions of songs that got really big for a minute. I feel like Brick House is one of them that was like charting and shit for a minute.
yeah, I
then.
forgot that he actually sung Brick House before.
Well, not the original, but
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet cover on there. I feel like there's a couple other versions because he remixed a couple of his own normal songs for it too. I feel like because this was like in the thick of that era when he was.
Okay,
which
so
one?
what was in here was Everybody Scream by Rob Zombie, Little Piggy, Halloween Stomp, House of a Thousand Corpses, Run Rabbit Run, Brick House, Pussy Liquor, I Want to Be Loved by You, I Remember You, Now I Want to Sniff Some Glue, which was written by Joey Ramone.
Yeah.
And performed by the Ramones, and Who's Gonna Mow Your Grass, performed by Buck Owens.
Kinky. Yeah, man. I feel like that House of a Thousand Corpses title track is a banger too. That's the one that plays over the opening credits of the movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a killer track.
Isn't that the one they used from the album, which tells a slightly different version of this story? But you can tell where the idea came from, because I think they were more cannibals in that, and they don't really show you a whole lot of cannibalism here.
Nah, but I mean, it's this is just a general what do you call it, like a pastiche or a sort of mixtape of all that type of horror shit that Rob's into, anyways, which is all the Hills Have Eyes, Texas Chainsaw era type stuff, So
yeah, for all
works.
The setup of rape and torture and skinning, you don't really see any of it. So, I guess in a sense,
yeah.
I
mean, what they do show is adequate though, and there's some really good costuming effects in this, like with the doctor and the professor or whatever. So. Yeah, I mean, it does lack a little bit in the gore department compared to other stuff we might be used to, Dave, but it's pretty solid in terms of other effects, I would say, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Some other stuff to note about the soundtrack for this is it started the tradition of like weird Rob Zombie soundtracks, because the soundtrack it's licensed music, a couple of pieces of score, and then a lot of like line read clips, like stuff Otis will say, for example. Like it'll be like a 15-second like sound bite where he says a couple of lines, and that'll be a track. The soundtrack is very odd.
Dude, that might even come too from some of the stuff that Bill Moseley was doing with Buckethead back in those days, because they did a lot of spoken word stuffs on the albums, and Bill Moseley would always be reading those out.
I would like to know if that was his idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious about that now that you pointed out.
Well, let's go into
Devil's Rejects and 3 from Hell are the same, by the way, in terms of those soundtracks.
Let's go into favorite scenes from this film, and then we'll go into the second film.
And favorite characters.
If you have a favorite character, you can throw one out.
We should hold favorite characters to the end, because most of them were the same.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's some characters in this one that's not in the other two movies. And
True. Mine would probably be Grandpa or
it could be
Rainn
someone's
Wilson's
favorite.
character.
So,
But I just like Rainn Wilson a lot. So
I think I like Captain Spaulding best in this movie specifically.
he's my favorite of the whole franchise.
I have to agree with you there, because I
He
love
is
his
really
line.
cool.
Did I stutter, bitch?
I like him
don't
when he's
like
being
clowns.
like normal.
You like who?
I like him when he's being like normal and like blending into society, but still being him. Like when he's
Yeah.
just like bullshitting it with like the kids.
The lovable asshole.
And you don't know he's evil until like the very end. Like well, I mean, we see him shoot that guy, but that guy's robbing him, so it's kind of understandable.
Yeah.
But you don't know, oh, he's part of the family until like the last 2 minutes of the movie.
Welcome to the family, son.
So it gives him ambiguity.
All right.
Oh, and I guess my favorite scene is the murder ride, because I mean, how can you not love that?
Yeah.
I think mine's yeah, probably also the murder ride. Probably a tie between that and then just everything from the last third of the movie. I love it. Love it. There's even that whole little bit we skipped over where like when he's lowering the coffin into the thing, it has that Aleister Crowley recording like slowed down and, you know, sort of like pitch shifted and made the sound all fucked up, where it's like buried in a nameless grave. That I always thought that was creepy.
Hey, Celeste.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
So
It's good to see you again.
actually
Wow.
we're actually ending our first ending our House of a Thousand Corpses discussion with our favorites. But you'll definitely be able to catch Devil's Rejects in a moment. So if you had a favorite scene, or actually, why don't you tell us your first impressions of House of a Thousand Corpses and then go into your favorite scene and favorite character? That way.
When I first watched it, I was just sitting back like, whoa, like it blew me away. It was so different and gory and violent and over the top. And I really loved Fish Boy.
Okay. And if you had a favorite scene or favorite character from the film, what would it be?
My favorite character is forever and always Otis.
Okay. And if you could take a favorite scene from the film, what would it be?
I loved the fake ending.
Okay. Is that it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about that movie forever. There's
I'm
so
sure we'll
much
get into it. I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit on the Devil's Jackson.
Yeah, I can only hang out for about 15 minutes, but I just wanted to pop in because I miss all you guys.
We miss you too. But in any case, going on to you, Mo, if you could tell us a little bit about your maybe favorite scene, favorite character.
Oh, like I said, I really like Rainn Wilson's character, but I'm just a big fan of that dude in general. So maybe not the best choice. I think next to him, probably Grandpa is my favorite character. I just think he's hilarious. And like I said, favorite scene would be tie between the murder ride or just everything at the end of the movie once they're going down into the underworld or whatever.
Okay. What about you, Kroll? Favorite scene, favorite character?
I'd have to. Well, Baby's my favorite character. I don't know. I just not just that she's hot. It just she's crazy and that laugh and I don't know. Just there seems to be a lot of in depth into her character. So yeah, she's just a little bit of crazy, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't know, I just really love her character. So yeah, she's my favorite character. And I'd have to agree though. I have to say the tunnel scene when you know she her boyfriend gets taken and then she runs and then she's you know down under and she survives the executioner guy or whatever the hell he was, and you know he buries himself and she kind of escapes. You know that whole scene probably my favorite. There was a lot of great scenes in the movie, but I definitely like that the best.
Okay. What about you, Tammy? Favorite character, favorite scene or scenes?
I like Tiny.
Okay. Tiny is an interesting character. And if you could choose a favorite scene, what would it be?
Oh, I like the ride, you know.
Okay.
I would definitely probably go on something like that myself. So yeah, I like that one. That was cool.
Okay. What about you, Brandon? If you could choose a favorite character and a favorite scene or scenes.
Oh, forever Captain Spaulding. Hooray, hooray, hooray! If you get that, and then I would say favorite scene. I would say the bookends, the horror ride, and then the legit horror experience at the very end that mimics the horror ride, and that, but that's the real thing, which I love those. I think that those two together were excellent.
Okay. Very cool. And I think my favorite character in here is Captain Spaulding. Or did I stutter? But in any case, I think one of my favorites. I like the ride. Don't get me wrong, but I love that scene where she's like running down that hall of decayed bodies towards Dr. Satan. Those bodies just look so detailed, and they look fantastic, and they would even creep me out, like if it brushed up against my arm or some shit like that, But that being said, we are going to talk about the next film, which was done 2 years later in 2005, also directed by Rob Zombie, which is its movie sequel, The Devil's Rejects. Let's see what IMDb says about the film before we go into first impressions. So we have the murderous backwoods Firefly family take to the road to escape the vengeful Sheriff Wydell, who is not afraid of being as ruthless as his target. So, as vague as that sounds, let's go to you, Celeste, and if you had any first impressions on this movie, what would they be?
I love it just as much as House of a Thousand Corpses, but the atmosphere is so different. It's like such a different movie. But I love that they continued the characters, and I still love Otis just as much and always will.
Okay. Did you have anything else to add?
I think that it was so well done. Like I mean, a lot of people don't like Rob Zombie's movies, and I understand why, and they're really gritty, and it's hard to watch in some places. And it lost a lot of the like weird, goofy fun that House of a Thousand Corpses had. But it was really riveting to watch, and they really develops those three characters a lot.
Okay. Heading over to you, Justin. Was this a first time watch for you?
So when I first saw House of a Thousand Corpses, what I did was the small town that my undergrad school was in had a couple of like private mom and pop video stores, and one of the first things I did the first week I was there, first week of having my own like actually to myself space, was I rented House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects, so I watched them back to back. So I've seen this movie quite a few times, to the point where I'm going off of memory. So I really like this movie. It's artistically probably his best work. Certainly amongst critics, I think they would consider it his best work. Like it has some interesting things to say, and it feels kind of like he took more. I think like me and Mo were discussing for House, it feels like he took in more input and applied it on this one. Is that how you'd put it, Mo?
Yeah, the first one's more just Rob Zombie doing his crazy mixtape of a movie. This feels more like he was shooting for a specific type of thing that he was aiming for with it, which is obviously like those gnarly 70s exploitation sort of home invasion road movies, you know, all that shit kind of thrown together into one thing. And yeah, I mean, it just feels more like it's him generally trying to do a thing and less of just Rob Zombie making a movie like the first one did, at least for me.
Okay. Is that it for your first impression then?
Well, you guys know me by now. I'm sure more stuff will pop up in my memory.
Okay. Going over to you, Jake. Was this a first time watch for you?
Jake, we're on. You might be passed out.
No, I'm not. But well,
He's dead.
what's up? What's up?
First impression of The Devil's Rejects was this.
Okay. Yes, it was. As I alluded to in the first one, I had much trepidation toward this series, but I had an opportunity to watch it free of family distractions, and so I did. And it was not as bad as I feared. I went in there fully expecting to come away saying, fuck this movie. I went in there fully expecting to say that, Dave, I can easily say Bunny the Killer Thing is no longer the worst film of the year. But instead, I'm not so sure about that.
We've been such a bad influence on Jake, and I'm endlessly proud of it, dude, because Jake a year or two ago would have came out of this movie that way.
It is definitely not my kind of film. It's definitely not. There is still a little too much of the torture. There are not as much as I thought. This is more of a. It's almost more of a road movie in a way.
Right.
And more of a revenge flick in some ways. And that I can get behind a little more.
One could call it a modern Western, you know?
In a sense, one could almost call it a Western.
Way better than Westerns.
Same shit, just
but
horses, you know?
I did think that one area where there were no complaints is I very much liked the soundtrack. It did have some good music. And Brandon's been raving for years about Captain Spaulding as a character, and though he denies that he put him forward as a role that should have won an Oscar for Sid Haig, I think that that's overrated a little bit, but I did enjoy that role. And the one thing that fascinated me was seeing William Forsythe chewing the scenery the way he always does, but it actually almost felt more natural than I usually does. And considering that he did it in two of my favorite movies, Raising Arizona and Dick Tracy, for him to feel more natural in this film, I think is a point in Rob Zombie's favor. So overall, I expected worse. I don't have any hurry to see this again. I still have no desire to have it in the collection. But I am glad I saw one of them at least, and it gave me kind of a touch point. And as I said before, I am less resistant. I don't know, maybe in 5 years, if we revisit it again, I might watch House of a Thousand Corpses that time.
I think we'll convince you to watch it before then, hopefully.
All right.
But okay. Going on to Mo. Was this a first time watch for you?
No, I saw this back when it came out. Absolutely loved it at the time, and I do still like a lot about it. But whereas I think Brandon alluded to earlier, like the first one gets better with age. I feel like this one not as much. You know, it's I guess maybe my tastes have changed over the years or something. There was probably a point where I quoted this movie a bunch. I found myself mostly chuckling at it, watching it this time. Like, God damn, this script is fucking garbage, bro. Like, it's mostly garbage. It's not as bad as 3 from Hell, but it is, you know, I can understand a lot of those haters' complaints about Rob Zombie not being the best writer in the world. He writes good profanity, though. I'll give him that. But it's just, I don't know. It doesn't hit me the same way that it used to, you know.
That said, my props to the scene with the chicken farmer. That was some batshit writing, and I love it.
Yeah.
Are you a chicken fucker?
Oh, that was hilarious.
Are you a chicken
It's the best.
That fella over there seems sexually frustrated, and
I think the third movie's more guilty of it, but this has some cringe in it that I have a hard time justifying now, where it's like, there's moments where he's, I think, losing sight of what made his movies fun a little bit, and he's maybe leaning too hard into trying to be edgy or like hardcore. And I get it. That's an element of the type of shit that he's like paying homage to in this. But I just wish it was more of a Rob Zombie movie, I guess. Like just a random stream of consciousness type weirdo road movie. I think I would dig that more than what we've got now. That being said, though, Devil's Rejects is still pretty good. It's got a lot of fun things in there.
What about you, Tammy? Is this a first time watch for you?
No, it's not a first time watch. I guess I'd have to agree with just about everything everybody else has said already. You know, it was entertaining. I don't know. It just, I actually thought it'd be gorier. So, but it was fun to watch. You know, I definitely wanted to check it out because it was Rob Zombie, and you know, so it was entertaining.
Okay. Heading over to you, Kroll. Was this a first time watch for you?
No. I had seen it. I think somewhere close to when it came out. Kind of like Thousand Corpses. I immediately thought House of Thousand Corpses was a better movie. It was okay. I mean, I didn't hate it. I think I actually like it better this time around than I did the first time watching it. But yeah, so like Tammy said, it's not really anywhere near as gory as the first one at all. Except for like that one scene when the girl gets hit by the truck, but it was definitely interesting, and again, Baby is just awesome in it. I mean, all 3 of the bad guys were good in it, but Baby was great, and I really loved. I can't think of his name, but the singer that they capture. He was, I believe, the Gravedigger in Salem's Lot, which is my favorite horror movie. So it was really great seeing him again. And then of course I can't think of the name from Big Bang Theory. You know, as the roadie was cool. And
well, you even have Salmonius from Hercules show up in this movie. So
that I liked his character, and I agreed with him. Groucho Marx is awesome, and fuck the king, and yeah. But also Diamond Dallas Page is in it. He does such a great job, and of course
he looks so goddamn greasy in it too. It's the best.
It's perfect. And Danny Trejo. He's just always around. Like he's just always in these movies. Around and it's great.
I meant to mention that it's a rare movie that doesn't gain at least a half a star for having Danny Trejo in it, and I think this one definitely gets at least that boost.
Great character too that he plays. Too little time.
Yeah.
What is that? It for your first impression then?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Going over to Brandon. Was this a first time watch for you?
Oh no. I saw this one in theaters because at first I was kind of leery of it, but I had such hatred for the first film that I was like, what, there's revenge against them? Okay, yes, I will see this. Because it's rare. Matter of fact, I don't know of many movies that ever did this, where you've got these killers, because the killers are supposed to be presented as all powerful, that they never get scared, they never get taken down, they're never vulnerable. And to have a movie where they become the hunted, that alone was a pull for me. And I admit, I loved every minute of it, but I think it was because I was looking for vengeance against these people who did such terrible things, and scarred my tiny little mind.
Hey, but Bill Moseley sure looked good in that cheerleader's outfit.
But I did really
Suspects.
enjoy it. I enjoyed that concept. I loved it turning everything on its head. That in itself was worth the price of admission. This recent time, I admit, it has declined a little bit, but I still really enjoy it for what it is. I love it as a piece of the whole. I would say I consider, now that I've gained more respect for House of a Thousand Corpses, and I'm not as, what's the word? Let's just say that since I've been desensitized enough that I can watch it without going, oh my God, since I've gotten to that point, I would look at them both as about even for me. I really liked the artistic direction House of a Thousand Corpses went in, because it reminded me a lot of how Rob Zombie did Halloween 2. And I consider the Rob Zombie Halloween 2 my favorite of the Halloween movies, next to Halloween 3, which is big time sacrilege to most horror fans. But I also really
I fully support that.
I really love Devil's Rejects also, just because it's a very solid film. As Jake says, I actually think that it has the better soundtrack. Yes, the Rob Zombie one is thoroughly Rob Zombie, but if you're talking overall movie soundtrack, I love this one the most of the three. So yeah, as a whole, I think that this is my still my favorite, but only edging out House of a Thousand Corpses by a little bit.
Well, and his music wouldn't really work for this movie with the vibes they're going. I mean, if they were playing, instead of Freebird, if it was Dragula at the end, it would just be so dorky.
Yeah, Freebird was just kind of perfect at the end of the movie.
Maybe if they played that version of Dragula they had at the end of Haunt.
See, just throwing it out there, obviously I'm sure some of you guys are aware of this, but if you dig the whole revenge element, there's actually a lot of those movies, but mostly they were in the 70s, so yeah, this is different in terms of modern horror exploitation stuff, because you didn't really see movies like that at the time, but there's a lot of movies where the bad guys become the hunted.
It's almost as if he directed these movies along with what he was influenced by.
Yeah,
at the time.
That's his
very
whole bag,
much
man.
so.
Through all of his movies, not even just these three.
That's like I said in the House of a Thousand Corpses commentary, and in the commentary for Devil's Rejects, and really all his movies. He talks a lot about how, well, as I said earlier, it's oh yeah, I named this character after a sandwich I ate on the way to the set, or I saw something on a billboard while I was driving and I thought it was cool, so I worked that in.
I do appreciate the Marx Brothers references in the naming. That's kind of fun.
I love the Marx Brothers expert that they have in there that they bring
Yeah.
One of the best parts of the movie.
Salmonius was perfect with that.
And Mo, I'm sure you appreciated that very stylized mustache.
It was magnificent.
In general, this movie did have impressive facial hair, not just the the mustaches, the mutton chops that one dude was sporting.
Dude, even Grandpa had some good sideburns in the first movie. I mean, there's a plethora of various dues available for your tastes in these films, but yeah, that guy was a treat. I especially liked how the way he laughed and looked all crazed, like directly into the camera after he talked about Groucho playing God.
Yeah,
That part
didn't
just-
William Forsythe's character's brother have like a handlebar mustache or something like that in the first?
I hope so.
the
Something
first
like
one?
that.
Well,
I think it was like a little
Groucho
twisty.
But yeah, did we finish first impressions?
I think it's just
yours
you.
was back, Dave. You got the last one.
Okay. Then okay. So, The Devil's Rejects just so happened to be the first film that I saw in the trilogy. It wasn't until like later that I actually gone back and actually watched the House of a Thousand Corpses. And what do I think about these films? I feel like this film is definitely more nihilistic in its message. You definitely don't get the humor and the cagey campiness of the first one, because let's face it, it was a little campy, just a little bit.
Yeah, in a good way, but
the
still.
first one in a good way, yes. But you don't get that camping feel in this. You get a rawness to this film, and I do think that he was gearing towards like the artsy side of filming. But you do get a sense that, you know, nobody is like normal in this bunch of Wildfly family members. And I do like the whole facade that the sheriff has going on. The fact that he's not quite straight of the law either, you know.
Oh, dude, I was laughing so fucking hard at that guy this time watching it, where he's like, "I tried to walk the line, brother." Like, I couldn't take it seriously at all.
I was
this
going
time
to say,
for some reason.
I tried to walk the line.
He's like talking to himself in the mirror and shit.
He's like, and then he's like, "Fuck that line. There ain't no line."
It's like Rob Zombie was thinking of Johnny Cash at the moment. But anyways, I'm not sure whether I entirely like this movie per se. It is definitely an interesting film, but the reason why I have it is because it is Rob Zombie, and I guess it's watchable for me. It's interesting because it's kind of like a Rorschach test, and I think that's why I like watching this trilogy, even though I know the third one is kind of bad. But in the same sense, it's got some interesting qualities too. You know, it's not like everything is bad. But that being said, let's kind of go into the plot here just a little bit. So, evidently, in the very beginning of this film, the family, it kind of picks up where the other one kind of left off, where the family is actually set upon by the feds, and it just so happens to be led by William Forsythe's character of Rydell, who I guess we find out later is the brother of the sheriff that ended up getting killed in the first one.
Didn't he play friggin' Richie in that Steven Seagal movie Above the Law? Where he's just like going around on cocaine the whole time, like pulling people out of their cars and shooting them and shit.
Yeah, he did.
and he gets hit in the face with a bunch of pool balls. That's such a crazy Steven Seagal movie. That's back when they were actually still awesome. Sorry, it just
That was my
dawned on me
first
that it was
Steven
the same
Seagal
guy.
You said
right now.
Above the Law?
Yeah,
When
or
did
not
that
Above the Law.
come
Out for
out?
Justice was the one that I meant. Above the Law is like an earlier one. But Out for Justice, I think, was 91, maybe. Something like that.
Oh, yeah. Richie Madonna. That was his follow-up to, well, one of his follow-ups to Flat Top. And like I said, Flat Top on Dick Tracy. That was probably the peak of his early career.
You can say it. Yeah, it's okay, Dick.
Well, like I said, this is a guy known for chewing the hell out of the scenery, but he can do it.
So there is a bit of a gunfight scene where we see the family gear up and throw on some metal masks, and there is kind of a shootout, which kind of leaves. I believe it's that muscle dude from the first one that gets shot.
Yeah, I forget his name. The tow truck guy. He's like the dude that eats it or whatever.
Yeah.
And isn't Mama Firefly wounded at some point?
I'm not sure if she's wounded per se, but I know that she kind of stays behind.
Captured. I don't recall
She
she's
doesn't
wounded.
get, she doesn't get hit. She stays
Yeah.
with Big Ben or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then she ultimately gets arrested and taken back to the jail and held.
Yeah. Tiny just
basically.
dips. He's like eating cereal somewhere for the whole movie.
Well, yeah, he kind of just like fades in the background for a little bit. Although you see him dragging a body in the very beginning, and he sees the cops show up, and he's just looking at them, and they just roll on by, don't even see him.
You know, that reminds me of a Gravity Falls joke. You know, going into work, and then like the character sees like a bunch of like SWAT guys kick in the door of their workplace, and they're like, "Never mind," and they just turn around and like go home.
Going home.
Right.
Actually, I actually do like how she puts her gun. Mama Firefly puts her gun to the head, and then pulls the trigger, and then of course there's no bullets left, because one of them would never leave one for themselves. They'd always use it on somebody else. So she unfortunately fell to that hubris.
I thought it jammed.
No, it seemed like it was out of bullets to me.
It looked like it was empty because the hammer came down.
Something like that. But
Oh, okay.
It's quite a shootout, though. You know.
yeah,
I really like the
Great
dude's whole
start.
suit of armor and stuff. It's a shame they didn't think ahead and build a whole lot more of that. They probably could have took the cops out, but
Well,
it's
they did a
a
lot of
pretty
damage.
solid opener for the film, man. I mean, it starts it off on a hell of a crazy note, really.
well, yeah, and meanwhile, Captain Spaulding is getting it on with I guess a local gal,
I
and
think that's actually Ginger Lynn, according to the commentary. She had a
and
broken leg in that scene.
The whore.
he calls her a
Next time you-
whore, and she
next time you
she
can
gets
me.
mad at him for I guess, and she basically turns the gun on him, and it turns out it's all a fucking dream, and he wakes up next to a
300
not
pound
sure what to,
woman.
yeah, 300 pound like
Hey, with enough fried chicken and meth in you, dude, that would be the love of your life. So let's just be nice about it, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, when you take down the shades of the funny mirror
His
glasses,
beer goggle lover.
That's he also that's also my friend's Kenny's favorite joke from the movie. It's like she's like, bad dream. He's like, 50-50. Like he thinks about it for a moment.
Yeah, not that bad, really. Yeah. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
But anyways,
The dream was pretty
The
good.
the girl
except for
did have a broken leg in that scene. They had to like
Oh.
hide it with
This
I
is
feel
where-
like I remember hearing that. Yeah, and maybe
This
the
is where
commentary as
Captain
well.
Spaulding kind of reminds me of Beetlejuice, because then he gets up and has a little bit of breakfast, and he's like, "Oh, look, my commercial's coming on."
That's one of my favorite parts where it gets interrupted, and he's like, "I paid good fucking money for that commercial." I don't know why I
Yeah.
like that so much. Like he actually
But-
cares about advertising his chicken, you know.
But
And it also kind of he's like, meet Mary the Monkey Girl, our new attraction, and like for
Yeah,
that to happen to Mary from House of a Thousand Corpses. That's
Dude, there's like a
And
little
that-
bit too where he says it, where it's on, and he's like, "I love that monkey," and he says it so sincere sounding that it just warms my heart every time. I love that monkey.
Well, that trailer or commercial or whatever just reminds me of all the different comical trailers or commercials that Beetlejuice in the animated show would come up with. You know, I don't know if anyone once remembers seeing Beetlejuice the animated show, but I did.
Here and there.
Vaguely, not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, I want to
I
get that
don't-
set.
I
I
don't
think Scream
think I've ever
Factory
heard
or
of it.
Shout has
Oh
it or
yeah,
whatever.
I have it. I need to watch it, but again, just I watched it all throughout my childhood. But
that
that's-
along with the original Addams Family stuff, you know.
that scene
That
that
Beetlejuice
they
is
Is
had
Michael
when the
Keaton
police
not
good
were,
voice?
I mean, the scene at the police dealing with the Firefly estate essentially was right out of Texas Chainsaw, you know,
Oh yeah,
and I loved that. I thought that was hilarious. I mean, not hilarious. Yeah, that was hilarious.
They
It was
basically
in some
stole
ways.
that scene for Texas Chainsaw 3D.
But that's the idea, is that they were, you know, I mean, they were going to be because, you know, Texas Chainsaw itself was very much about like them finding it, that scene at the very end where they found all the dead bodies and stuff, and or at the beginning really when they were
Yeah,
talking
where
about
that's
the
like,
murder house that they had
and
talked
it's
about.
like doing that flash sound, and they're showing all the shit, and the cops talking. Like, this is basically the alternate version of what would have happened if they showed up and the family was still there. You know, I
yeah.
think is what you're kind of getting at, and yeah, I enjoy
Exactly.
that element of it a lot.
But he gets a phone call from, I believe it's Baby, and she tells him to meet
Yes.
them at this motel that evidently they had talked about at once, and get your ass there now. So he ends up like leaving. His chick seems a little feisty, like she wants to get it on or some shit, and he just leaves her, and
She follows him. She's like, "Don't
Yeah.
leave, don't leave, don't leave." He's like, "Step back, bitch." Yeah.
anyways, he goes on his way, but and while he's giving a call in to a friend of his, that is when we get it goes back to Otis and Baby, who during I guess I think it's is it the credits that they actually like knock an older woman out and steal her car.
Yeah, but we do have to mention the whore that's talking like, oh, you know, I just had like one customer and he just wanted a hand job and stuff, and then she talks. Now this movie had to been set in I'd say the later 70s, because she mentions that people are into like sci-fi and maybe she should dress up like Princess Leia, and I fucking loved that. I fucking absolutely loved that. I was like, hell yeah. And he's like, oh, I'd fuck Princess Leia, and I'm just like, yeah, me too. You know, so it's just
Well,
like,
that actually
I don't
happens a
know,
little
like-
bit later, to be honest, because
no, that's right when they first get introduced.
that's
she When the pimp gets introduced before he even gets the phone call, that's when it happens.
yeah. But before all that, it pans back to Otis and them showing up at the at this motel, and they're wondering where Captain Spaulding is, and it just so happens that there is a country band that is at the motel at that moment, and I guess it's a husband and wife duo with their daughter and son-in-law, and it seems yeah, dude from Big Bang Theory.
It's Brian Posehn, guys. That guy
Brian
was a stand-up
Posehn,
comic
yeah.
way before Big Bang.
Yeah, he's been in a
Trying
lot
not to
of
say
stuff.
something the first time, but yeah, Metal by Number. Brian Posehn is.
Come on, guys.
He's
To
famous.
me, he's from Big Bang Theory, nothing else. So
Yeah, whatever.
I remember
I
him
remember
being
Big Bang.
being in a lot,
was in
but he
Mission
was
Hill.
always
Yeah, Eddie Murphy was in Shrek too, so I guess we'll just know him for that instead of his rich comic career.
Eddie Murphy was all about
Right.
Haunted Mansion. That was all anybody ever knew him from.
And I mean, hell, a couple of these guys, like the guy that plays Roy, the actual singer, it's Jeffrey Lewis. He's been in a shitload of stuff over the years. I recognized him right away.
I love the
But he's
films a lot. So that was
Yeah.
that was, like I said, that's my favorite horror movie. So it was a great
But,
nod
yeah.
to that.
Yeah, they're a pretty
Yeah.
white bread little like country western family they run up upon. The perfect
Oh,
people
yeah.
to rob and take their car and stuff,
I
and
forgot he
then
was in Maverick.
their group could easily pose as a country western band too once they have relieved these people of their belongings and vehicles. It could have went a lot smoother than it did, though.
And it's Baby that kind of sets it in motion because Daddy goes over and gets some ice for his mama, and he is flirted upon by Baby, and she basically has him take her back to, basically by gunpoint, takes him back to the room, and I guess it kind of gets a little worse from here.
One could say it escalates pretty drastically.
Yeah, it gets out of control.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I guess Otis comes in and he basically says to him, "Hey, are you thinking bad thoughts about my sister?"
Well,
No,
Well,
what's wrong with you?
I'm a married man. Well, let's a married man. I've never known what a married man is. Well, let's see what this married man shit is all about. Wifey, stand up. So, so he basically has his wife kind of do a show and tell, and I guess it gets kind of rapey there for a moment.
A little bit.
And
Kind of. Oh, God damn.
My favorite part of it, for some reason, has always been when, like, I forget exactly the sequence of events, but something starts happening to that, like, spindly dude's wife, and he jumps up and he's like, "Hey, that's my wife!" Like, just the way he says it, I've always thought was so funny. "That's my wife!" Like, and he just immediately gets laid out.
It's great. I mean, she's taking a shower
just
and
gets,
gets
like, pistol
basically
whipped.
get taken right out of the shower completely naked and like.
I do feel like this is probably the closest the film came to some of the previous acts of House of a Thousand Corpses before it starts going down a different path, which because though they allude to them being hunted, they really are just going right back into the Firefly antics of torture, rape, kill.
Exploitation stuff in general. Yeah, I mean, it really is just them doing that on the road for the first portion of this movie. And
it's like they have their first bout of freedom from Mama, and they can't quite curb their killing instincts. Right,
because Otis is kind of trying to tell Baby, like, "Hey, we got to settle down. Like, let's be fucking serious here." But at the same time, he wants to do it just as bad. So
yeah.
It's not till Spaulding shows up and sees the situation they're in, where if you look at, Sid Haig's performance when he finally shows up, there is very much that, like, what the fuck are you guys doing? This is not the thing right now.
That's what I like about Spaulding as a character, because Spaulding really isn't the mindless killer. Though they all are kind of in their own way, have their own quirks, but he isn't like this "I want to just kill everything" character. He kills, but he kills like what he feels is a threat. and he just likes to be with his wife selling chicken and enjoying his sideshow stuff, which I love that. And he's coming in mainly because he cares about the family.
Well, yeah, he
Yeah,
seemed
if
like he was
anything,
part
he's
of
like a reformed thug, right? Because we learn in this movie that he used to run like booze and drugs and probably whores as well with
Yeah.
Ken Foree. So, you know, him just selling chicken and operating a roadside attraction is quite the step down from all of that, you know.
That's
so.
like his retirement fund.
Yeah,
You know,
there's some depth to Captain Spaulding if you really look at it that way.
and
you know?
honestly, I think he was kind of enjoying the little bit of limelight where he actually had his like little commercial come out, and he was like pretty
Yeah.
fucking proud of that fucking thing,
Yeah,
you
they
know?
kind of screwed his whole fucking thing up by, you know, getting caught and then going on this subsequent rampage here.
So he's not exactly happy about that whole thing, but he comes, but I guess the most gore that we actually get from this film is when he actually takes the guys out, and I guess he's trying to get like some guns, and they just attack. Well, the son-in-law, he's just. I guess I understand his fighting back against him, but I also, in a way, think he was an idiot at the same time, because.
Yeah, I think it just should have been a little bit stronger.
Regardless,
my favorite part of that whole sequence is where Bill Moseley calls him out for being like a poser country band, you know. like you like this song, man? You know, he's like, yeah, I suppose it's okay.
You're just,
and then he says a lot of things we can't repeat.
You're just a city
hey, yo.
with a cowboy hat.
Which was clear by the way they were dressed, but it was just funny to see it actually, like, you know, touched on. I don't know.
Well,
we get him cutting that dude's face off, or, you know, like he beats that one dude to death, you know, and then he brings the face back and puts it on that girl. I think my favorite part of that whole sort of, you know, Last House on the Left style arc there in the center is when the girl runs out all crazy with the mask strapped to her face.
Mm-hmm. Scaring the shit out of the maid.
So, yeah, it feels like it's kind of like simultaneously a tribute to both the first two Texas Chainsaws, you know, because there's like the crazed chick running down the road in the semi truck, but then, you know, she's wearing the mask and kind of acting crazy, like the end of Texas Chainsaw 2. So it's a couple layers of, I feel like, little Easter eggs in that scene that are neat.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so who, when they saw her burst out like that, thought that what was going to happen is she was going to be killed by the police? First time you saw it.
That's what I thought.
I could see that.
Thought it was too.
That truck.
But it is instead Captain Spaulding and the Otis and Baby who take off in the car, where they actually have. I believe that they we do have the moment where they go to this friend of Captain Spaulding's, and they seem to. I do like this moment where he pulls a gun on them, and they're like, "What the fuck did you bring us into?"
I like on the way there when they're arguing about the ice cream.
Yeah, that's a good scene.
Fruity.
Tutti fruity.
You know, I can't hear that without thinking about the old X-Men series with the episode with the Blob where he's like, "Tutti fruity, you can't have any."
I don't remember that.
I was thinking about that. But like, yeah.
There is no way in hell you're getting ice cream in this century.
Yeah, scene later, there they are eating the ice cream, and and Babe's like, "Yeah, have some," and then she fucking pushes it into his nose, and Spaulding cracks up laughing.
You know, and also again, I didn't really think about it while I was watching it, but now that I'm reminded that Jeffrey Lewis was in Maverick, in a sense, the scene echoes the scene with him in Maverick, where he played the banker, and Maverick met him at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh, no, it's just me friend Brett saying hello. And then here, they've got the tense standoff, and then they find out it's a water pistol. Well, I don't know if you can call it a water pistol, but you know what I mean. It was an interesting denouement to that scene.
Meanwhile, we've got Rydell and his deputy who have stumbled upon the fact that the Marx brothers are in fact the movie The Animal Crackers happens to have all the Firefly characters and their aliases run down. So that's when he brings in the movie critic, and that's when you had the deputy saying we should bring in this Marx brother character.
He died,
that was great.
but no one remembers that because Elvis had to die, and he said something about Elvis, and the sheriff got pissed off. You never love the king, and I was yelling at the TV going, "Fuck the king and fuck you." Groucho was bad.
Or what was it? What'd you say about the king? I said he died 3 days before Groucho. Son, if you ever say another derogatory word about Elvis Aaron Presley in my presence again, I will kick the living shit out of you. Someone's a little too defensive of their Elvis.
Yeah.
It is a good line, though.
It is.
But in any case, so I guess this Rydell character, he has several talks with Mama Firefly. The first one, she just kind of fucks with his head because she shows him pictures of his brother in the family album. And the next one, he literally like walks up to the guard and says, "Here, take the night off." And then he goes in, and it's almost kind of sexual in nature.
Dude, it's greasy.
And the way that Mama, the woman here who's playing Mama Firefly, she does play her up to a T. I mean,
Oh yeah. She's great, dude. Actually,
she did a great job.
As much as I would have loved to have seen Karen Black or whatever return in the role, this lady does do a more than serviceable job. I would say.
Yeah, she definitely does.
She does. She does very well at that part.
In fact, I would say for the tone of the movie, she was even better. I feel like Karen Black would have fit more if they were doing the sort of like pseudo camp weirdo sort of humor that they had in the first one, which there are elements of in this movie for sure. But like the Elvis scene is a good one, the chicken fucker stuff. But I don't think Karen Black would have fit in with the tone.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I would say there's not much camp in this. I'd say there's a fair bit.
It's in there, but
there's
not as
of
frequent.
It's in there, but it's not a slap in your face.
Well, like
it takes
again with that scene. Again, at the scene where like they're meeting Charlie, and this is just a minor thing, but it is just a good example of, again, I did find some moments to chuckle or whatever. And that's the part where Spaulding is reintroducing him to his family, and he's like, "And you remember Happy Boy?" And Charlie's just looking, "Hey, you still an asshole?"
Yeah.
Otis is like,
gives him the finger. He's like, "Yep, you're still an asshole."
He's like, yeah, I'm still an asshole. they did have some good.
Girl is growing up.
Yeah, so there was some good humor, and I will give it that. Yeah, and it was borderline camp at times. It was full on camp at times, but
it doesn't get quite as zany as the first one, other than like I think the Groucho Marx stuff and the chicken fucker scene, where it's like that stuff kind of fits more with the vibe of the first one.
The chicken fucker scene definitely got pretty zany. That was
that is so good, dude.
We're not buying from this dude again.
Right.
I love if you really don't listen to him. He's actually concerned for the chickens. If
it's like he just starts off. He's getting ready to make the sale, and he just out of nowhere,
like,
he's just like,
"You're not gonna
now
fuck
y'all
these
ain't
chickens,
planning
are you?"
on. What are you
Like,
getting at? Do you fuck
has this
chickens?
come up before? Like, where are you getting this? Like, why
It's
do
like,
you need
well,
to
I
have this
have
thought
thought
this
about
time?
it.
Yeah.
you rip the head off and you stick in the chicken and it's going all crazy on your dick.
He's given a lot more thought to it than I would have done.
Yeah, and my favorite bit is how at the
Staring at
end he's
him
like,
like,
I don't support chicken fucking. Like he says,
Yeah, no, I love that.
He's
He's like,
he reiterates
that was the specific line that I had to put in the chat was, now I'm not calling you a chicken fucker, but that boy over there looks sexually frustrated. I don't approve of.
And Michael Berryman gets so fucking mad.
He called me a chicken fucker.
Right.
Yeah, that was a comical moment, and to me, I remember that character from These Hills Have Eyes. So I would have to say that.
Oh yeah,
there are
Michael
also
Berryman is
vibes
a
of
legend,
that
bro.
in here too.
I mean, that's been there for a little bit from the beginning. The Texas Chainsaw stuff is a little more prominent in the DNA of the Rob Zombie trilogy to this point, but there's some Hills Have Eyes in there for sure.
Another point that I'll make on this movie's favor is it never bored the shit out of me the way the first half of Texas Chainsaw did.
I think they got too caught up in
I've
what
never
they
seen that
were
movie.
doing with the first half of Texas Chainsaw. Really,
The first half of that movie was boring as shit, and the
Which one are you
second
guys
half
talking about,
sucked.
though?
Oh,
You're talking
The
about
first-
the OG one.
what?
The OG one is one of my least favorite movies I've ever seen.
I'm gonna
I
fight you
hated
later.
that movie.
Shame on you, Jacob. No, there's you just got, I don't know. I think the behind the scenes stuff helps to like Texas Chainsaw a little bit more. Once you know that shit, the movie takes on a whole new sinister roadkill vibe to it that I don't know, I've never seen another horror movie match because of just the circumstances. But yeah, that's probably fair. There's really no blood or gore in it. There's not much going on in there.
Is just as I would have to say as historical as Night of the Living Dead.
Maybe
it's historical,
Yeah,
no
but
doubt.
that's an awesome fucking movie.
That's one of the reasons I watched
One
it.
of the best horror movies.
Like I could
ever
see
made,
going
hands
into it
down.
expecting something different.
I
and what you
remember-
get is more of a slow burn, grueling, like gross.
Yeah,
Heat
I
stroke
remember
of a
hearing
movie
how
I've done
Texas
expecting
Chainsaw
pieces.
was. I remember hearing how Texas Chainsaw was such a sleeper hit. A lot of people like talked about it behind closed doors, and then
It did try to put me to sleep.
Well,
But-
I mean, I don't know. That's a difference. Well, we got to make Jake do that with us one of these days, and because if he does it for a discussion, he'll probably watch a bunch of special features.
Well, I
on
don't
it
think
and
he
shit.
was on the episode that we had of Texas Chainsaw. So
I will not watch that movie again, more than likely, but I might consider watching special features to learn more.
You should watch
background.
there's a
haven't seen
feature-length
it, so-
documentary about the making of it, and it's nuts, dude. I mean, and the whole thing with the movie getting controlled by the mafia for a while is pretty nuts too. So there's a lot of post-production stuff that's neat.
Now
about
that sounds
movie.
fun.
Yeah, it's quite the story. Anyway, sorry, Dave.
that's okay.
You watch your mouth about Texas Chainsaw, Jacob. That's all I'm gonna say.
Texas Chainsaw sucks.
But anyways, well, Rydell kind of gets a hold of Charlie, and he's like, "You better make sure that these guys stay here." And unfortunately, Charlie's gotta concede because he's got a business to run and all that jazz, and he's slightly afraid of Rydell, but
As he should
not.
be.
Not afraid enough to not help out in the end, anyways. But he definitely stepped aside on this this note, and Rydell comes with his boys and I would say calling his boys because he hired these guys to do a
And
job.
Posse.
And that would be Danny Trejo and what was
Diamond
it, the other
Dallas
guy?
Page. Diamond Dallas Page.
Yep.
The other guy. That's funny.
But in any case, they do round up Baby and Otis and Spalding, and he basically hightails it back to the Firefly home, and he ties them up and basically kind of psycho trips them a little bit and tortures them a little bit, and tries to tell them that he's not his brother. You know,
I love the part when he's nailing the hand, and he's like, and you know, Otis is screaming, and he's screaming with him. He's like, "Oh, it hurts," and like just trying to make fun of him, like just fucking with his head even more than, you know. And I don't know, I just love that part because, you know, I 100% believe that they deserved to get tortured like that, and you know, so.
I do to a certain extent because they've done some horrible things.
Oh, they've done just as bad. So sometimes you got to fight fire with fire.
Sometimes, but does everybody believe in that kind of frontier justice here?
I mean, I don't know. If you're gonna do it, at least be good at it. This dude was such a puss that like the best he could come up with was stapling photos to them, and Steve-O was already doing that as like part of his live act at this point. So I don't know that that's. But it was the 70s, so Jackass hadn't been invented yet.
I guess he's using a staple gun rather than a regular stapler. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, the stapler would have been funny though. You know, I'm glad that you brought that up, Jacob, because that the imagery is I'm pleased with it.
In any case,
but, you know, I think he could have gone harder with it. Maybe a blowtorch, you know, some type of larger industrial drill bit. You know, there's several things that he could have done other than just really he just kind of like staples the shit to their chest. He breaks the bottle over the, Otis's head, I think. He tases Captain Spaulding a couple times, and then he's just like, "Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to set the place on fire."
He let Baby out.
Well, yeah, Baby, he actually untied and told her to run. And
they try to kind of duplicate the run rabbit thing, but it doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
This time around.
I really liked it in a sense because, I mean, again, I watched this with the first one in mind a lot more, and I kind of appreciated it as a full-on vengeance thing.
Yes, I can see that
caught up in the vengeance angle. So
it would have worked better if Tiny hadn't gotten involved.
Right, but I can see Brandon's point. As soon as he started chiming in on it, I was like, "Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about it as like a pure revenge movie." Then it actually works maybe even better because, you know, it's happening to her this time. And she was the one who chased the girl down in the first movie. So
exactly.
Yeah,
I like that actually.
That's my favorite scene because it's so well done, and I just really enjoy that because I've always had a strong sense of, I'm looking for the right phrase here, retributive justice, I guess. So I really liked that where he's like stapling the crime scene photos to Otis.
I mean, I have to, you know, if I had to weigh in on it seriously, I prefer some type of courtroom justice because at least there's a procedural element to it where we know the person is guilty. But if it's something like this shit where you know for sure these people did it and they're not even denying it, then
these people don't need to be at this point. This is pretty obvious that they killed everybody.
They're just going to represent themselves and tell everyone in the court to fuck off anyways, you know, so you might as well just kill them.
But that's why the third movie is kind of a betrayal at the end. But we'll talk about that after
we'll get there.
But you understand what I'm saying. That feels more like a betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are so like into, oh yeah, we killed them all. Screw you.
Fuck you. Which I love how everybody they go to kill is always like, fuck you. You know?
They always say that.
Yeah.
Well, really, I mean, if you look at these movies as like a sequence of films and the themes in them, and you see, Jesus, why does this cat have to keep hitting that one ball, dude? There's an entire basement to run around. It's like he's doing it on purpose.
It is.
Like, you know, the first movie had elements of this 70s exploitation shit in there, but, you know, Rob kind of extracted that and focused it for the second one to make that more of the overt theme of the movie. And this kind of has elements of like the Manson family-esque cult media type movies in it as well. And it's like he took that, extracted that, and made that kind of the main theme for Three from Hell. Am I totally off base with that?
No, I think you're pretty darn straight on the button on that one.
Like he kept condensing what was in the movies down, or filtering out like what he wanted from that movie to be the theme of the next movie, it felt like.
Mm-hmm. Which makes it an entirely different animal, to be honest. It's like all three of these are like
different types of movies, you know.
Yeah.
It's one of the weirder trilogies in existence.
So I love how they got Danny Trejo like involved in it with the bounty hunters, and I was kind of looking forward to. I don't know if the rest of y'all were, but I was kind of looking forward to seeing them continue on, or seeing those characters come back later in other movies. Again, I don't know if the rest of y'all had that thought process.
I don't think I consciously thought it, but I could agree with you. I mean, I could see how that could be fun.
I mean, they would have been good. What do they call it? Good antagonists.
What, the bounty hunters? They do come back. Danny Trejo is the same character.
Do briefly, and then get straight up killed.
Yeah.
Well, not both bounty hunters, just Danny Trejo.
Yeah. I think that they could have been a recurring characters in the second movie without so much of an issue.
Well, at the end of this movie, we get Rydell, who I guess he does get his from Otis. Because Tiny comes in and saves the day. He basically goes and rescues the three, and well, actually the two, because Baby's out running, and she runs into Charlie, and he helps her, or tries to. He gets killed by Rydell, and Rydell actually does wound Baby. Actually, he does, I think, shoot her in like the leg or something like that.
Oh, he does some damage to all of them. I mean, he nearly kills them. If that one dude had not come in, he would have been victorious. The other two would have burned up, and Baby would have been dead.
Thank God Tiny decided to just sit on the sidelines and eat his Wheaties the whole movie, or his Agatha Christie's or whatever.
Right. But ultimately the three get into this car where they are seen on a highway road, and they ultimately run into what happens to be the rest of the sheriff's posse, which apparently they were waiting for them. And for all intents and purposes, it really looks like they were shot to shit, you know?
Well, Butch Cassidy situation.
They were. Rob Zombie talks about that in the commentary, about how he is well aware of how much of a stretch of logic it was that they would actually live through that.
This one, in my opinion, should have been the end. This should have been the end of the series.
100%. If he was going to do more, they should have been prequels. about specific characters that were still alive to film entire movies.
But
Well, it was mostly like 31 did okay, and they were like, "Hey, how about we do another one of these?" And Sid Haig was basically dying, and they all knew it. So it's like we gotta get this in the can like right away while we still got him.
they
and it
should have
almost
done
didn't
it
happen
much
at all.
sooner.
It almost
you
didn't
talking-
happen at all.
You're talking about 3 from Hell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish it hadn't in a lot of ways. 31 looks pretty fucking embarrassing too. I haven't seen that movie yet, but
It's bad.
it
I'm just
looks
gonna tell you
bad. I
it's
saw the
bad.
trailer was at the front of the
I need to
3
see
pack.
31 and Lords of Salem.
It-
Those are the only ones
31
I haven't seen.
A lot of people like Lords of Salem.
I do.
But
I like
31,
Lords of
31
Salem.
feels like a level from Arkham Origins.
It feels like him just making a bro movie almost. Like this is like stuff that we find funny now or whatever, and I don't know. It just doesn't look like it works at all.
I love
He
Super
has
Beast.
like the little person come out, "Happy Halloween, motherfuckers," and it's like, okay, that sounds cool like now, but it's not gonna hold up well.
well,
I think
It
I'm
doesn't
more
even sound
since
cool
we're
now.
already talking about 3 from Hell, why don't we talk about it? The
Should we
film
hit,
was.
like,
Did anyone get their favorite scenes for
I
Devil's
will
Rejects?
get that at the end of both of these films.
Weird.
So we'll cover all of that at the end.
Let's finish the Devil's Rejects segment now, actually,
Okay.
because since we're at
then-
the end of Devil's Rejects, it is bleeding into 3 from Hell.
Dude,
So
Then
that
let
way,
us look
Jake
at
can leave
production.
us if he wants, because he didn't see 3 from Hell, so that would be the end of his need to be here. If you want to get out early, Jake, I'm giving you an exit.
Honestly, I might do that.
So why don't
Sure.
we hit that real quick?
Let's hit production.
It's fine. It's a road movie, so there's the hotel is probably the biggest part, eh? The hotel and the whorehouse.
Yeah, I
And
would
both
say
those are
so.
pretty well done. I mean, the hotel looks like a proper, almost abandoned hotel that barely still has staff out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's slightly left from Bates Motel.
Right.
Yeah, from the days when like salt flats were the things people went and stared at before the internet. Or it's like, let's go out and stare at a salt flat, baby. We'll rent a
Colorful
room.
Mexicano mosaic looking motel.
Yeah, it looks cozy, other than all the murder and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that the production value as far as things with Devil's Rejects was incredibly good. Not as good as 1,000 Corpses, though.
Yeah, but he's going for more of a bare bones road movie
No,
sort of
yeah,
grindhouse approach. So it, for what it is, I feel like it's solid, right?
Yeah, it does the job. It I don't think anything felt terribly out of place or what have you.
And I remember the soundtrack being almost as
Yeah.
spiffy as The House of a Thousand Corpses.
I thought the soundtrack was fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had some good stuff there.
There's some good shit in there. I'm not as much of a sucker for like that era of classic rock, so it maybe doesn't do as much for me as you guys, but
Yeah,
it's
I
fine.
love, I love the classic rock.
Let's see. It had Dark Was the Night, Cold Was the Ground by Blind Willie Johnson, Midnight Rider by the Allman
I don't
Brothers
know why the
Band,
way he said that was funny. to me.
Shambhala performed by the Three Dog Night, World Report performed by Anthony Goddard and Ron Carmite, Brave Awakening by Terry Reid, It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk Angels performed by Kitty Wells, Satan's Gotta Get Along Without Me performed by Buck Owens. He must really like Buck Owens. Top Story performed by Anthony
Indeed.
Goddard and Ron Carmite. Fooled Around and Fell in Love by Elvin Bishop. I Can't Quit You Baby by Otis Rush. Reelin' in the Years by Steely Dan. Funk number 49 by James Gang as the James Gang. Rock On performed by David Essex. Rocky Mountain Way, Joe Walsh. IB's Troubled by Muddy Waters. Saturday Night Special by Leonard Skinner. To Be Treated Right by Terry Reid. Leonard Skinner with Freebird, as they are heading towards the cops. That was that song there. I actually like a cover version of Freebird. It's a slow metal jam by the Bronx Casket Company.
There you go.
Cool.
Seed of Memory, performed by Terry Reid. So I guess he likes Terry Reid. And
A lot of it sounds like jukebox shit that was before my time. So I'm not saying it's bad. It's just
Well,
it's like,
again, in terms of setting the time and place, it definitely it's kind of basically country rock. I mean, you know, with a little bit of blues mixed in. You know, mostly good stuff, but
it does suit the movie. It gives it that greasy old grindhouse vibe to it. You know, it's a welcome.
No doubt about it.
It works very well. I think that the music, the sets, everything works very well. It's not quite as rough around the edges as House of a Thousand Corpses, which is where it, you know, I think that's where House of a Thousand Corpses can shine. But again, I do think that this one just barely.
And we got to again give another shout out to their hair and makeup department.
Oh yeah, they all look fucking disgusting in this movie, but in more of an organic way, less of a comic book way like in the first one. You know, Otis still looks gross. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's several living organisms in that beard, but
well, I don't know how happily living, but
barely holding on in that beard.
Plenty of blood and fleshy
maybe
bits.
Maybe a couple of baby kaiju starting in there, you know.
The little Monster Island starting up in Bill Moseley's beard. Okay,
I could see that as some trippy 60s Japanese movie.
Yeah, like that time Cartman put his semen in the fucking sea monkey's tank.
Oh dear God.
New stages of evolution are happening. But I think one thing though that is a little it bugged me out this viewing. I said something about it earlier, but the movie looks like less slick than I feel like it used to. And that could be down to the Blu-ray that I watched it on, the TV I watched it on in conjunction with that. I don't know. I feel like watching it on DVD, it used to look grimier, but when I watched it now, it looked like a little too clean for the grindhouse vibe that they're going for. That said, though, whatever like color saturation they did for the movie is top fucking notch. Like it does have that grindhouse 70s sort of color palette, if that makes sense. You know, I mean, even look at the poster. I mean, that's a great example right there.
Let's go into favorite scenes and favorite characters. So let's start with you, Dustin. Why don't you tell us what scene?
Well, my favorite scene, like I said in Devil's Rejects, is like the confrontation on the farmhouse when he's got them tied to chairs and he's just like reading them their crimes and like torturing them, and it's like they really have this coming, you know. And I think the only thing I really take issue with in Devil's Rejects is that they get away from him. Like that genuinely bothered me for a long time before I really like kind of got the point of the movie,
or at least the way that they do, you know.
Escape.
With Tiny just coming in. It feels a bit like that. Have you ever seen that GIF where the the dude in the Hamburglar outfit just runs down the drive-thru and takes those people's hamburgers and just runs away? Like that's what that bit of the movie kind of feels like to me.
I can see that definitely.
Hamburgers.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, wee, and the fucking plot's changed. You know what I mean?
But anyway, did you have a favorite character again here?
Actually, I think I like the bounty hunters the most in this, because they come in and they don't really have a whole lot of screen time, but they have a lot of personality, and they take Otis and the family out so easily. Like, it's pretty funny. Like, the big guy is, I assume, Diamond Dallas Page, because I don't follow wrestling.
It is.
Like Diamond Page is just throwing Otis like through the window and like, that's it. You know, kind of at him.
And they shoot that girl that he was with in the face,
Shoot
that cute
out
little
the window.
like prostitute lady. I feel like she's somebody too. I recognize her from somewhere. It might not be Savory, but you know, I recognize her from something. But I was sad that she got shot. I kind of liked her for some reason.
Yeah,
She
they
had-
were a little harsh on the bystanders.
Yeah, I
Both sides of it.
was thinking that. I mean, yeah, they're whores, but you know,
Yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah, they're
they look
whores,
rough.
but let's not just shoot them in the face. You
Yeah, I
know?
don't think they should have died. It should have been
I mean,
killed.
They're
for
just
the
there's
sex
whores.
gotta be
workers,
some
man.
good
Yeah.
poontang there or something, you know?
Yeah. I definitely didn't like that part. Like, why'd they have to kill the whores?
Yeah, they were all nice ladies, it looked like.
They're just trying to make a living.
Ken Forrest seemed really nice in this movie, too. Like, if I was to go to, like, some seedy whorehouse off the beaten path, I guess it would be Ken Forrest, you know? It seemed like a fun enough place. And in the end, you know, he did make the right decision, even though one of his girls got shot, turning these guys over, because those guys probably would have shot up his whole place if they didn't do that. So
Yeah, he lost a couple girls, but he could have lost, you know.
Yeah, if they felt like it, they could have turned on him. Exactly.
yeah.
Alrighty. Let's go over to you, Jake. Why don't you tell us if you had a favorite scene or character? Or...
Now y'all ain't planning on fucking these chickens, are you? That's definitely got to be my favorite scene. I'm not gonna lie. Probably my favorite line will be the one there. I'm not calling you a chicken fucker, but that boy over there. I love that line.
He
The
gets
fact
so
that
mad.
you'll take that from this movie is enough for me.
Dude, I feel like there had to have been after he's like, I don't support chicken fucking. You know, like, I feel like there was other stuff after that he was probably ad-libbing. Like, I raised them from chicks, okay? You know, I know they're in these cages now, but I know you got to eat, but you ain't gonna fuck those chickens now.
Jeez. Okay.
Because he was legitimately concerned, which is my
So-
favorite part of the whole bit. You know, is it does feel like he's put more thought into it than he should, but it also does feel like he genuinely doesn't want them to fuck those chickens.
And that other guy is genuinely hurt. Like his feelings are genuinely hurt.
He
So
says
it's
we're
like-
not coming back here before his boss even does.
And a favorite character, maybe?
Well, it's tempting to say that guy, but almost anything with Danny Trejo, he's usually a lot of fun, and he certainly was fun as the bounty hunter in this one. And Spaulding was an interesting character. I'll give him that. So I wouldn't say I have a clear favorite character, but it's probably between Spaulding and whatever the hell Trejo's character was called. What was it? Rondo. Yeah.
Okay. Heading over to you, Mo.
Well,
Is there a favorite scene or character that you liked?
the characters are hard. I mean, obviously, you know, the chicken fucker dude is a temptation in that scene, as well as the Groucho Marx scene. I really, really, really do love the way that guy looks so crazed when he laughs.
The Groucho dude, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, Groucho played God, and then he's like, like he's like, you know, his mustache ripples. You can just tell he was like really into the moment.
Thelonious is fucking
I do have to mention, and I think Mo alluded to this earlier, but the guy that said, "Let's bring this Groucho fella in," that was a good
I think
line
it was
too.
Phil that said that, but yeah, that is great as well.
Groucho fellow in.
And then it leads
He
into
has
such a
something to do with it.
random escalation of the situation with the whole Elvis thing. I mean, weirdly enough, the advertisement for that thing just flashed onto my smart TV right now too, the Austin Butler thing or whatever. Yeah, man. I mean, like, those are tempting scenes, but I think if I had to pick a favorite scene, it might just be like the whole party montage leading into them getting captured. I think it was cool the way that was all put together, because it was fun until it wasn't, and then Captain Spaulding's whole reaction to finding that cop down there was pretty legit as well. Like he just didn't give a fuck. There's that moment of recognition though, where he's like, "Oh, holy shit, this is that dude." But then he's like, "You know what? Fuck it." And you can just see him like take another hit off that joint and kind of like choke down some type of whiskey burp. And he's just like, "You know what? Fuck you." I'm such a fan of that character and that attitude that he has like that. So yeah, that'd be mine. Favorite character, I guess I didn't nail one down, but probably, I guess, I don't know. I like that dude. We'll call him the son-in-law, where he's like, "Hey, that's my wife."
That's my wife.
That guy's, "Hey, that's my wife," and he just gets laid out. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that dude when he threw up, and when Otis referred to him, is that pretty much what all you do is throw up?
Yeah, Nami got a huge kick out of that whole bit of the thing. So there's that.
But in any case, Tammy, is there a favorite scene or favorite character that you liked from this movie?
Well, I did like the chicken thing. That's funny.
It is.
And I like the dude that his sidekick or whatever, that was all took it to heart that they were picking on him about fucking the chickens.
It's great. That guy's a
But
legend.
I like the sidekick because he was in the office earlier, vacuuming and stuff and everything. He just kind of goes with the flow, and he's this big guy that just looks kind of scary, but he just does what he's told.
If you ever see behind the scenes stuff with Michael Berryman, he seems like one of the sweetest dudes on the planet. He just happens to look that way, so he got in a lot of horror movies, But
yeah, I remember seeing him in other movies.
Michael Berryman, he's also in like The Hills Have Eyes. He's in Wizards of the Demon Stone or Demon Sword or whatever the fuck. He's in a bunch of like movies back then whenever they needed like a dude that looked like that,
Who do you play in this one?
The chicken fucker, the dude, or the Ken Foree's assistant, the dude that got accused of chicken fucking.
Oh yeah, I think it's all the stuff.
Well, I like that character. So.
Yeah, he's like one of the main bad guys in the original Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Heading over to you.
Did you get a favorite character in there, Tammy? Or, was that your favorite scene? Or?
Uncle Barry.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was 2 for 2 there. So,
heading over to you, Kroll. Do you have a favorite scene and/or favorite character?
Favorite scene is like the torture. The chicken fucker is funny and all the ones you guys mentioned. I enjoyed, but I don't know. I just loved the way he was kind of getting that fucking revenge and putting the. I know he could have been worse, but I really like the nails for the hands and everything, and the way he was like screaming with them and just kept zapping them and just fucking with them and chasing baby down, and it was just I just like that whole sequence. And again, I have to go with Baby as my favorite character because I just love her.
Chinese, Japanese, look at these.
Chinese, Japanese. Yeah, that whole sequence.
That thing was pretty weird. Yeah,
it was hilarious though. Well, that's her. She's weird and she's very sexual and you never see her actually having sex with anybody, but she definitely flirts like hell. And I really love when she pulled down her pants like, God, shoot me right here in the ass, and it's not wood.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I wish if I had had some hand in it, I would have had the sheriff dude or whatever shoot her in the ass later in the movie when he wounds her. That would have been a fun way to do a callback to that.
Right.
Because she's like, shoot me right here, right in the ass, and then he actually shoots her in the ass later in the movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
It would have been cool.
But yeah, so that's my favorite scene and my favorite character.
Okay. Heading over to you, Brandon. Favorite scene and or favorite character?
Well, Captain Spaulding is my favorite character, though that Groucho Marx expert definitely does come in a distant second, for sure. I don't know about favorite scenes. I mean, there is a part of me that gets something out of the whole kind of revenge, especially since watching the first film kind of makes me feel better about seeing them. I do like, there is that scene, and I admit there is more of a primal part of me that
Yes.
sees it when you
Embrace
actually,
it, Brandon.
when you actually see the he shows the picture of the mother's basically a dead body, and for the first time you see these characters, especially baby Spoot, where she's always on top of things. She actually is no longer fully sure of herself like she is throughout the entirety of it, and I love that.
She looks legitimately scared and upset once that happens.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I like that turns it on its head, that they're not invulnerable monsters. They're not Jason. They're not Michael Myers. They're not these people who don't really have emotions or the ability to fear. They have the ability to fear. It's just you've got to work at it if you really want to get it.
Yeah, man. I mean, they did a lot to humanize them in this, in some respects, even prior to that, with their whole relationship with Ken Foree and them actually having fun and just being pseudo normal, for a minute.
Oh, and just to say for production design, I love that little whorehouse town thing that they did. That was pretty spectacular, right there.
Top notch.
Fuck yeah, who don't want a whorehouse town?
I will say one thing on the whorehouse. I commented as we were watching it. They had that big sign that says 25 cents. I don't know what it referred to, but I was like, I told Brad, I was like, this is a middle of friggin' nowhere podunk place. If you could get anything at a place like that for a quarter.
Right. That's so greasy, the thought of it too. Motherfuckers just strolling in there all proud with their fucking pants jangling full of change. Or like a night at the arcade. That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But also
thanks for the message, Eric.
Let's see comments.
So basically me, I guess.
Thanks indeed, Eric.
I guess if I had to pick a favorite character, I actually liked Rydell's character in here. He did get ultra righteous in Texas on their asses, and the way that he went about it was exactly how I would think a good old boy would do, But that being said, I will have to say that my favorite scene, it's a toss-up between the whole Salmonia scene and the torture scene. Although I will admit, I was a little offended that they were able to escape so easily. But that being said, it was an enjoyable film to a certain extent. Anyone else on anything?
I mean, I don't know. In closing, I'd probably agree with like what people like Dustin have said, that artistically of the three, it's probably his best executed film in terms of like shooting a film and having it look like a film. unless like a stream of consciousness music video mixtape type horror show that House of a Thousand Corpses was.
But it was just so much better.
I feel like that one's still better. I feel like this one is it's great for what it is. It's a cool callback to stuff of that era. I feel like I'd be more satisfied watching anything that this is paying homage to more often than actually watching it, you know. That stuff aside, though, it does have a lot of cool, fun stuff in it. So it's a lot better than what we're about to dive into.
I did like the soundtrack better in this one than the first one, though. Although I did love the soundtrack in the first one. Maybe just because I knew more, there was just a lot more music, and you know, I knew it all, and you know, just really enjoyed it. And Freebird at the end was just fucking perfect. I felt, you know, that was just absolute perfect song to go out with. And you know, like we you know, they were dead. I mean,
we should replace it. We should do a bunch of cringe cuts of it where we replace it with songs that have no business being there, like "Ba What Da Ba" from Kid Rock and shit like that. Just a bunch of fucking nonsense. But yeah, that is the perfect song for that song.
Well, Kill Mo could work.
No, we're shooting for cringe, bro. We gotta have that rated where it says Kid Rock. We want that something like that.
Well, nothing says cringe quite like Kanye.
You got that right.
But anyways, Jake, did you want to say a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it is after midnight here, so I should go ahead and duck. And from what I hear, I didn't miss much with the third film. But anyway, yeah, my name's Jake. I'm the co-host of SeptumSin versus the World, where we talk about physical media and all of its forms. We recently did a great discussion on the finally released Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. I look forward to this month's discussion on Puella Major Madoka Magica. It's going to be good times. And we're taking our votes for the Versus Awards. I'll let Brandon tell y'all more about that as we go. He's been posting his picks daily and encouraging people to start voting, and some people have. I don't think anyone else in this room yet, but we're definitely. What's that?
One people has.
One people has.
Where are we gonna go to vote?
We have the Versus Award page that we.
Did I get invited to that?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
okay. I'll have to look for it.
Check your invites, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be some good times. One of the reasons I was a few minutes tonight was getting another documentary knocked out for that. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've got this go around. I've, you know, as I like to say, I like hanging out with these fine folks. This may not have been exactly my cup of tea, but I sampled one of the proffered films for the week, and I do intend to be here for next week's continuation of this going back into the past. I may regret it. We'll find out. But in the meantime, all y'all, it's good times. I'll catch y'all next week.
Alrighty.
No one quite in our group says those multiple syllable words and anime titles like Jacob. And I appreciate you for it, bud.
Good deal.
Have a good night.
I'd have said that like Madoka. I would have failed halfway through.
Alrighty. So
we're here.
The final film is called Three from Hell. It was done 14 years after the Devil's Rejects in 2019. And it basically it takes up a little bit where the last film kind of left off, where apparently they were shot up to shit. And apparently all of them survived. And most of them were put on death row, including Otis and Captain Spaulding. In fact, called Captain Spaulding gets to say hi to old Sparky.
Kroll needs let back in.
Yeah, I see it. So I wondered, why is it that particular one, why is it that him of all of them was the only one to get the death penalty?
I think they were all gonna get it, but they just
They got life sentences.
Well, yeah.
I mean, shoot, our female resident kept coming up for parole.
I wouldn't be
Oh, yeah,
surprised if Spaulding chose to like take the rap for most of it, and to spare like what he thought of as his family members that fate. You know what I mean?
Well, we did get several people from the public saying how they didn't think Baby was even capable of it all. And,
I hated that part.
and the
Free
one
the
kid,
free the three.
yeah, the one kid that was like, "Oh, she's kind of hot," you know.
It was a commentary on real trials, but yeah,
yeah, it's basically well, let's get into our first impressions in a uniform way.
I do want to say one thing before we start. Somebody commented that the House of Thousand Corpses is the weirdest and scariest movie. I agree, it's the weirdest movie. To me, it's not the scariest, but just wanted to point that out there.
Well, this is what IMDb says the Three from Hell is about. After barely surviving prison, the demented Firefly clan go on the run, unleashing a whole new wave of murder, madness, and mayhem. So let's go into our first impressions, starting with you, Kroll. What in fact was your first impression of this film?
Okay, so yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. Did not even know it existed until we said we're going to cover the 3 movies. So I was like, oh, there's a third one. Okay. So I actually liked it. It wasn't awesome, but I don't think it was awful. There was definitely some scenes I really liked. Some things that I enjoyed about it. We'll get into that. Yeah, it definitely it's definitely a different film than the other two. Just like the other two are different from each other. It's kind of like at the first it's kind of like a documentary type thing, and so you get to see how stupid people are, and yeah, this is a movie, but people aren't that stupid. Like when Charlie Manson and all the other series clothes. I'm sure there's people out there who are like, oh, we couldn't have done it, or they couldn't have done it, and all this other crap,
Oh, dude, you would be sorely disappointed with the reality of those situations. Not only is there a ton of people that are like that with those cases, but there are also a ton of people that want to like marry those people or bang them and stuff.
Yeah, I like there's this one girl in
humans are weird, bro.
In this movie where she's like, oh, I know he's killed people and he's in prison, but I date him. Like, what? Yeah, you're fucking nuts. Like, but yeah. Like I said, I didn't hate the movie. There's definitely some scenes I really liked. But of course there was a lot in it that was just like stupid and I didn't like. So, it was okay. It wasn't a big banger like the other two. He dropped the ball a little bit on this one, and yeah, maybe if he had made it sooner, it would have been better with Spaulding in it the whole time. Yeah, even though I think Baby was fucking off the wall in this one, and fucking awesome, but that's just me. All right, that's my first impression.
Okay, heading over to you, Dustin. Was this a first time watch for you?
So I got to see this at a theater. It had like a special run like near me.
Oh, nice.
And I went on the bus and, well, actually I was running late and our building manager was getting ready to go home. And I told her, it's like, man, I'm going to be late to my thing. I got to call an Uber or something. And then she just drove me out there. So I ordered a $20 pizza from the theater and had a $10 beer and just sat back and watched it in the theater, and I had a really good time. I mean, is it not as good as the first two? Absolutely. It's nowhere near as good as the first two. Is it better than everything else he's done in the past probably decade? Yes. It's better than 31. It's better than Lords of Salem, which some people really, really go out of their way to defend. And it's like,
I won't go out of my way to defend it, but I will say it's better than people give it credit for. It's just a different type of horror that
agreed.
people weren't expecting from Rob Zombie.
I've still got a steelbook sitting unwatched.
It's good slow burn, satanic panic, sort of witchy horror from back in the day. You know, if you ever like those kind of movies, then go for it.
Compared to Rosemary's Baby, actually, and I think that's probably not a terrible comparison because it's very similar.
That's fair.
But anyway, so yeah, I went to a theater. I saw this at a theater. I had a great time. They gave out posters. I still have that poster on my wall. It's just like a little 11 by 17 of the 3 from Hell art that you can see on our screen. And yeah, I have very positive memories of this movie. I mean, some things are kind of like there's a scene where they invade somebody's house and they steal a bunch of stuff. And Baby steals this like Native American headdress and wears it throughout the movie. And some people were like, "Is that appropriation?" And it's like,
nah.
I fell on the side of no, probably not, because the character is stealing it and just thinks it looks cool. So,
and who gives a fuck anyways? They're not supposed to be nice characters.
Exactly.
I could care less if some
people
faux Manson family member takes a headdress.
But so that was kind of the controversy on Twitter for this one.
Yeah, the people have nothing else to bitch about except their own fucking hairdos.
Fuck Twitter. I said it all.
That knitting circle that just gets
knitting circle.
Everything.
I have a good time on Twitter. I don't know what your problem is. But anyway,
I have an account on Twitter, but it's a cesspool. Let's not split hairs.
This movie, like I mentioned earlier, though, this movie is kind of stitched together from multiple different genres. Like each, what did you say, quarter or fifth of it is like a different genre piece.
It kind of cycles through some various sort of grindhousey exploitation stuff throughout.
Right, and they don't quite fit together as well as they could, which I think is why a lot of people didn't like this, because it kind of hops around so much and kind of can't decide what it wants to be.
It almost feels like he wanted to make an anthology film and just include the Firefly stuff in it, like a segment of it, but then felt pressured to actually just make a whole thing,
Almost, yeah.
There's several different things you could do with these characters that don't involve sequels. You could have left it at Devil's Rejects and done tons of stuff with them. Bill Moseley and his wife clearly are always still game, so they could do all that. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Were you done with your first impression then, Dustin?
I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. I can't think of any other section that this would go in. I remember this was kind of hard to track down when it first came out on physical media, because there was a Walmart edition that came in a box with a shirt.
Yeah,
it came with a Disco Sucks shirt that the new guy, Richard Brake, Midnight Wolfman, or whatever his actual name is. I thought he was a cool addition to the cast. I didn't mind him too much. But yeah, that was just kind of a whole other little saga of this movie when it came out. Like for me, just I gotta get that shirt, and I've had it for a while. I don't even know where it is right now. I'm looking around and I can't spot it.
Mm-hmm.
So funny.
Alrighty. How about you, Mo? Was this the first time watch for you?
It was actually. I watched this for the first time tonight, or at least 95% of it, just for this discussion. And man, I mean, I won't go as far as to say I hated the movie because there was things in it I did like, but it is mostly ass. This is kind of almost embarrassing, actually. And I'm not even a Rob Zombie hater. I mean, as you guys well know, I like the other stuff. You know, it's not that I'm just set out to have a vendetta against this. I was actually kind of looking forward to it, you know. And then I watched it and I was like, damn, you know, about the only more embarrassing thing he could do is 31, which was the featured trailer on the disc for the, you know, this stuff. Man, my bro took a downward tilt with some of the stuff. Eh? I thought it was mostly exaggeration, but a lot it's pretty cringe-inducing, bro. There's
I
a
gotta
lot
watch
of this
this
movie
31.
that's what's that?
I gotta watch this 31.
You know, the sad thing
Dude.
about 31 is I hated it too, and then I ended up buying the steelbook from Target anyway.
That's an addiction you
After I
gotta
already owned it.
confront.
I
man.
ended up getting a signed copy of 31 for Cammy. So
Is he paying you to let him sign it for you?
no,
He
honestly,
should.
somebody I knew was looking to unload a copy that was in fact signed and by Rob Zombie, and
Makes sense.
Gross.
Some people love it. Some people
I ended
love
up
31 is their like favorite Rob Zombie film.
I love the Halloweens.
If it's your favorite Rob Zombie film, I'm sorry for you. Okay, we can teach you how to be better. That's all I'm gonna say.
Like I say, my favorite so far is Halloween 2, so I'm not much farther behind.
Halloween 1 and 2 are fucking awesome. I love them.
A lot of people love them. I'm not a huge fan. This though might be my least. I think it is actually my
Rob
least favorite.
Zombie's
Rob Zombie
Halloween
movie.
2 was at
I will
least a
defend
little
Halloween
better.
2.
It was a little better than the original Halloween 2. So
I just
Blasphemy,
loved
bro.
it. I loved its trippy nature. That was the thing.
It's fun, but better than Halloween 1 and 2. Are you fucking
no,
kidding
I
me,
didn't
bro?
say better than
Not one, but definitely.
Nobody watches
Definitely
Halloween 2
two.
just on its own. What the hell is wrong with you if you're doing that? You know, you watch them as a double feature, as God intended, or as
I
the
do,
gods
but,
intended,
but-
rather.
2, for the most part, of the original series, it could have been better.
Maybe, you know, but this could have been leagues better than it is, and I really, you know, by and large, don't like the movie. It's not. It's got some stuff in it that I do enjoy, but you know, where Devil's Rejects, I think overall, as we discussed it, I realized again, like, I actually do kind of like this, you know, because I was talking about it a bit with Kroll beforehand, and it was like, yeah, I'm not sure I like that movie anymore, you know. But as we were discussing it, it was like, yeah, there's actually more in it that I like than I dislike. But this is just almost pure dislike, bro. And they're trying to do like some Harley Quinn thing with Baby in the movie, and it just comes across as like a little try hard. I get it. You guys that are like into her probably thought it was super sexy, but it just didn't do anything for me, man.
You know, it's funny. I'm sitting here thinking, you know, that they kind of did like a Harley Quinn thing with her, and I love it. So we both came up with the same conclusion, but you didn't like that, and
she isn't that far off from giggling and saying whatever you say, Mr. J. You know,
I just didn't do anything for me, really.
Her pudding, you know, like the midget.
I feel like this one was kind of thrown together from the sounds of it, that's true. It was basically thrown together just to get it done while they still could, kind of a thing, you know. And looking back, I mean, it came out in 2019, right before the pandemic, so I'm sure Rob was like stoked on whatever paychecks he got from this during that time, because couldn't tour as much and everything, you know.
And I suppose it didn't take him long to get his rating for this one, as long as it did for 31. 31, he was struggling with the ratings board people about, you know, whether it was going to be. The censor boards they tend to make you jump through some hoops just to get that R rating.
And the funniest thing is he did it for what appears to be a lame gamer bro movie that he made. I'm not even sure why. It just looks gross, man. I don't know, in a bad way. This is, gross in at least a well-intentioned way, but I still think it's pretty gross. I don't know.
I didn't mind
my first impression,
even though I know a lot of.
I'm talking about 3 from Hell.
Oh,
this one, and
this one is.
It just feels like they lean too hard into the Manson gimmick. It feels like they thought that could carry it through another basically rehash of what they did in the previous movie to a large extent. I don't know. It just feels a bit cheap and thrown together is, I guess, my main complaint about it. And I just overall didn't enjoy it, man. I fell asleep during like the last 20 minutes of it.
Okay. Heading over to you, Tammy. Was this a first time watch for you?
No. It was okay. I mean, let's see. It didn't keep me as interested as the other two, but it was all right. It was, definitely there were some parts that were cool and fun, but I don't know, it just didn't really impress me that much. But it was okay.
Okay. How about you, Brandon? Is there a saving grace in your first impression here?
Well, I mean, this is my first time seeing it. I didn't really have any desire, as far as I was concerned. Devil's Rejects was the perfect end of House of 1,000 Corpses, that Rob Zombie series. But I did watch it for this, and it was okay. I mean, I don't think it's a bad film when it comes to these kind of horror films. I just I don't think it's as good as the other two by any means, but it's okay. It's decent. It's a fun watch. I mean, matter of fact, it's easier to watch than the other two. I'd say Jacob probably would have, if he needed one to start on that he could watch easily, this would probably be the most easily watched one for him.
Gross.
Yeah, definitely.
Gross. I fully disagree.
I'm not
think
saying that it's the best
my
film.
God.
I'm just saying it would be the easiest one for him to watch.
This dude's being nice as shit. Those beginning things with those news reports feel like something that would be on Boy Meets World back in the day if they made like a fake news report on there. This movie, there was a lot of like hackery thrown into this that I think he thought would make it seem cheap and retro. It's pretty fucking poorly done, bro. And I think he thought that it would make it seem retro, but it doesn't. It just makes it seem bad,
I actually think that having them talk about like how much he considers them innocent, they consider them innocent stuff, it's a good commentary on how we like to try people in public, basically in the court of public opinion, as opposed to the actual courts. And that in itself does stand up, in my opinion. So, I mean,
yeah, it's neat, but I don't know if it factors into my overall opinion of it as a film in the trilogy. Like it's a cool tidbit, but
I mean, no, I agree. It probably, like I said, it should have ended at the second film. This was unnecessary entirely. It makes me cry to see Sid Haig looking so dead in this. He looked haggard, and just to the point where I could tell he
like
was
some
dying.
Crypt Keeper shit, dude. I wouldn't have been surprised if he died while they were filming it.
So,
in fact, I think that's what happened. He
I
died
know
during the filming of it.
I know somebody who saw him directly after, did one of the last autograph signings, and they told me, like, dude, he looked like death warmed over. I was glad that I got my autograph when I did, because there was no getting one later. I could have told you right then and there.
It's sad.
It is really sad, because to me, the Captain Spaulding was my favorite character. But in this one, he had still some good lines. He did that like "fuck you" at the very end. I mean, I like that. That was still good.
He's got
Well,
some cool stuff
and
in it, but it feels like very much like what it is, which is
And
them
he
shooting some
tried,
scenes
'cause
with him while he's not dead. You know,
he
I
gave
think it's
that
more of a
line, "Did I
tribute to him
stutter?" to that
knowing
reporter dude.
I think it's a tribute to him knowing that he is going to die, that the man is going to die, and this was their way of doing something to finalize his memory. I think
I
it was
suppose.
trying to be respectful. I'm not saying it turned out that way, but it definitely was trying.
No,
to.
I'm not saying it's disrespectful necessarily. I don't know. I think this has gotten made to seem like I hate the movie more than I do. I was mostly joking. I mean, I do dislike it, but yeah, I mean, the Sid Haig stuff is cool. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think we still need your first impressions, Dave.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see it in the theater, but I did happen to actually pick up that T-shirt Walmart thing when it first came out, just for the sake of getting it. And I think Tammy and I ended up watching it, and at the time, I felt the same way I felt about Devil's Rejects with this one, except it is a little bit different animal. Now hearing the different thoughts on all you guys, I guess I do see that whole Manson vibe thing. I do see that Harley Quinn-ness in his wife and stuff like that, but
Baby.
My
I
thing
don't get why
is,
people hate on his
Settle
wife.
down. What did you say, Brendan?
I don't get why people hate so much on his wife being in some of these films. I mean, it
love
would
her.
be one thing if she was terrible in them, but she's not terrible.
That's what I was saying
No.
to Bill
She is
earlier.
terrible in some of it. Okay,
I don't agree. I think she's fucking awesome.
no, you guys finish your
It's
opinions. Then
generally
I was gonna.
fine.
Well, okay, yeah, Dustin, you weigh in on it.
I think she's generally pretty good. Like, she's not like spectacular. There are some scenes where she delivers her lines kind of like this. I don't know what happened to him. They disappeared. It's like you could tell she was phoning it in that day. But
Yeah.
overall, I think she's all right.
She's not great. She's not
spectacular, but
horrid.
she's good. Like,
Yeah.
she's good enough.
Not great, not horrid. Rob Zombie's wife. I mean,
Like,
and it's his movies.
above average.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say above average, honestly. I think that there's a lot of even older genre women that could fill the roles better. So I understand certain people's like legitimate argument of, you know, Rob has this opportunity to do this for the genre, but he's not casting these women that would be better in the roles. But at the same time, I also have the mentality of like, who the fuck are any of us to tell him how to do his movies, you know?
Yeah. Well,
if he wants to put his wife in there because he thinks his wife's hot, like he's been doing with White Zombie and Rob Zombie covers, Rob Zombie covers specifically for years. I mean, she's been on like 4 or 5 of those, you know?
Well, for me,
so he was always featuring his wife and shit because he loves his wife. He thinks she's like beautiful. She's his muse or whatever, you know? And it's like, that's fine. You know, I don't always love her, but she's not so bad that I'm like, this movie can't work with this lady in there, you know, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, that does make sense. I mean,
She's
like,
good.
I wanted to clarify that when I say above average, I mean, I remember the actress and the character. Like, they weren't like forgettable per se.
She's good for
That's fair.
For these films. How's that?
Yeah.
For Rob's films, yeah. She's perfect for her husband's movies. That's I don't know if she would be somebody that I would be rushing to cast, even for name recognition, if it wasn't a Rob Zombie movie. You know, if it was like my movie, probably not. You know,
I don't know. I think I'd cast her.
I'd go for somebody more recognized in like genre film than Rob Zombie's wife. You know, but we don't need to cast her because Rob's going to in the next 100 projects that he does. You know?
I mean, she's really she's the in the Monsters, which I still am very leery over.
I think
Well,
that
I
might
know
be
what
one
the
of her
product-
shining moments, bro.
I guess the
Because
bits
Who she's playing in the Monsters?
she's playing like
sure.
the main, you know,
Yeah.
monster mom.
the
bro.
mother, yeah, the mother.
Really?
Yeah.
Lily.
Oh, I don't see her in that role, but
Well, most people don't, but that's the idea.
Once you see the
That's,
photos of her as Lily Munster, though, you'll be like, okay, I can see
well,
how
I
this
can't
could
wait
work.
to see the movie
Yeah.
in any case, and I like her
She
acting.
works.
So,
But like I say, I think she works in the character, but we'll not know until we see her acting as the character, I guess.
This is
Well,
my predictions, and I could
have
be
faith in
totally
her.
wrong, but I feel like the Munsters is going to be almost Rob returning to form with like some House of a Thousand Corpses vibe, but in like a softer way, because it's him being able to just be a horror dork again and not have to try to do something that's like hard edged or whatever. You know,
Right.
I just hope
I
it's
don't know. I think
not
it
as
would
bad
be-
as the Dark Shadows fiasco.
I think it's going to be something really like off the wall. He'll somehow
what's
manage
the
to pull
Dark
it off
Shadows
like
fiasco?
a sitcom, and people will be expecting some like bloody
Johnny
horror
Depp's
thing, and
version
it'll
of
end up
Dark
being the
Shadows.
sitcom.
Yeah, what was wrong with it? It was funny.
lots of
Everything.
people don't like it, bro. The Dark Shadows one is one of those
It was way
contentious
better than
ones
the TV
where
show
I
ever
thought
was.
the movie
Well,
was fine.
he himself was good. The rest of the movie sucked. Sorry.
Well, it's a
I
vampire
can't get
movie, so
way
it
in.
sucks.
I've never fucked with any of it. Yeah, I don't know. The Munsters has potential.
Where
It
were
really
we
does.
on? Did we get all the first impressions?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I wasn't entirely done, but
go
I
for
guess
it.
we can. I guess the whole weighing in on the whole. I guess I did kind of like the lesbian thing that was going on with the like
prison movie exploitation film callback.
yeah, kind of sort of.
It was fine, other than the whole cripple time thing or whatever. I don't remember that MC Hammer song.
And I
It was
did
a
like
little
that I did like that we got a whole gang of Santos in the end, per se, because they dressed up like Santos wrestlers. That's basically
that.
what
You know,
it
I mean,
How's
all
it
that
sound,
stuff was rad, and that's almost kind of like nods to his El Super Beasto or what?
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that. I don't care if people
Santos
say
is
that's a fun movie.
basically the Mexican wrestler that is kind of a hero in
Yeah, he
Spanish.
was. It's so weird, dude.
I've never heard that term.
I've told you about it before, Curl, where he like would be in like Dracula movies and shit, but he was like this masked wrestler guy, and he did like a bunch of movies in Mexico back in the day where he would be like against Draculas and mummies and different things like that, werewolves and shit.
Martians.
Yeah, when did you ever tell me about that? I think you
Probably
told
back in our
somebody else.
EverQuest days, man. I mean, El Santo was one of the first like things that I learned about outside of like mainstream wrestling, where I was like, that's fucking hilarious, you know?
We need a full-on Santos collection.
Yep. If
There
they don't
is
give it
kind
to
of
us,
a collection out there.
there
It's
is.
just super like
And there
okay.
isn't.
No, we need an in-print Santos collection.
Oh, well,
And one on Blu-ray with all types of. We need it by like Arrow. That's
there
who
is
needs to do it.
there is one that is out there that's of some of them. Just
We
not
need
all
them
of
to
them.
go full Zatuichi on
Yes.
an Arrow collection.
Yes, that I agree. Like an Arrow collection.
Yeah.
Dude, we could even do Criterion on that. He deserves Criterion.
Okay. Moving on.
Your laugh right there was the best thing I've heard all week. Your little giggle.
But
So
anyways,
devious.
So we have the Firefly crew. We've had them like close to death, and I guess they were revived, and Baby's on parole. Well, not quite on parole. She has a parole hearing, and she was denied.
So she
And
violates parole, but
yeah, she basically breaks her prison guard's nose.
That's cool. No, she goes, that's cool. And then she breaks the nose. That was a girl. She's like, that's cool. And then bam.
And then, of course, we got Otis, who escapes from death row or whatever he's been assigned.
But he kills Danny Trejo's character.
Yep, and that's pretty much what spawns the rest of the movie. Because guess what? Danny Trejo's character, the bounty hunter, has a kid who is some kind of like Mexican mafia dude.
okay.
Which I guess the first part of this movie is kind of Otis. Since Otis has this half brother who howls a lot.
He's the one that helped him escape.
He's the one who helps him escape, and I guess Otis is set on freeing Baby. Well, It just so happens that there's this prison warden that's in charge of the prison that
You gotta like his mustache, Mo.
Solid mustache.
I knew it. I knew you.
Solid fucking
and in love with himself for sure.
Oh
Yeah.
god, yeah. That dude is not a good guy by any means.
No.
But are there any really true good guys in any of these films?
I have not
Not
seen
really.
a guy on the side of the law that isn't at least halfway decent, except for maybe in the first one with the old man, a man that gets called by the daddy, and he I guess he's the only one that semi is like on the right side of the law. But everyone else seems to be.
Oh yeah,
I guess
that's the problem. Most of them aren't, except for that Marx Brothers guy. He was on the straight and narrow. He knew he was at the Church of Groucho, and he was betrayed by the Judas that there was, by the Judas Elvis.
That's right.
It's true.
Praise
This
Groucho.
is factorial historic events right here.
But
Praise Groucho.
that being said, Otis decides to and I do like this whole Humphrey Bogart talk that him and his half brother seem to have.
Yeah, it starts to feel a bit on the nose in this one, though. Even though the stuff is funny, it does start to feel a bit on the nose in this one. I feel like where it's like they're calling to it too much,
I feel like it's forced having this new guy come in. I feel also
And
that
they give him like a nickname, like the Midnight Wolfman. It's so fucking corny.
I feel like they tried to force
he
him
wasn't
into
even a big time
category.
criminal, really.
And they also probably did it because they wanted more sequels to this. Who wants to bet that they've got one somehow in the wings waiting, but the pandemic kind of threw it off?
You know what this is, Brandon? This is like the first two Buckcherry albums or whatever,
Well, I like the first two Buckcherry albums.
I know you do. And then after that, they get gross, right?
Well, I mean, the third one was okay.
I think that's the situation here for you.
Actually, yeah, that's right. The third one was okay. The third movie was okay. Then they were crap after that. But yeah.
I don't like any Buckcherry, and I think you guys are all heathens for listening to that kind of gross fucking tat rock bullshit, But
I agree.
Yeah, well, I say
and that was Aerosmith.
It's all right. Yeah, exactly. They were like the Aerosmith of that time, and those
no,
guys are gross too.
I like Buckcherry, but nowhere as big as Aerosmith. No.
No one said they were as big as Aerosmith. We just said they suck like Aerosmith.
They emulated Aerosmith.
Fucking Aerosmith is fucking huge. And definitely don't suck. You just have bad taste.
It's that scarf on the mic stand fucking rock that weird dudes like you like for some reason.
Well, in any case, they make a house call, and does anyone find it kind of weird that the white guy is married to the black guy, and the black guy's kind
No.
of married, or do
You mean the white guy's married to the black girl?
Yeah.
And the black guy's married
Yeah,
to the white
no,
girl.
I
And
find
I
it
thought it was
surprising for the time period. Like, I wasn't expecting it when it was unveiled during that scene. Yeah. And they throw you a purposeful like diversion in there where the black dude that comes in there is like trying to talk to the guy and be like reasoning with him, and his wife is just like, it's not gonna work, but it's actually not his wife, and you're
Right.
almost sort of accidentally racist for assuming that it is.
Yeah, I definitely assumed
It does kind of
It's like, no, that's just the black
too.
lady, the other black person saying to him like, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
You assume it's his wife though, because that's how they set us up like that.
Oh, I totally
it's
funny. Did assume it. I totally did.
Yeah.
I mean, he was strangely progressive for such an asshole, but
Yeah, and
well, then you
I
find
guess-
out the warden was having sex with one of the black prison guards too. So,
Yeah, the other lady that he was
had
having
the
sex
type.
with was black, so he had a taste for it.
Yeah,
That's
he
what's
has.
noticed.
Once you go black, you never go back. I heard.
that's once Otis convinces him
Oh my.
that he's got to go in and like bring baby out.
yeah.
But before that happens, they end up having a clown call. Evidently, there was somebody's
The
birthday.
part rules. So one of the people at this house, I guess, for inexplicable reasons, called this fucking party clown who shows up right now, and they're like, "Is this where the party is?" And it's like, "It sure is." And they just like grab him by the collar and pull him in. Pretty much.
And
Really, but
he
it-
basically
They missed an
Otis
opportunity.
basically sets the tone for that one because okay, you get to leave if you can make us laugh.
He lied.
They missed a golden opportunity with this. They should have done their best Sid Haig at that point and said basically, okay, heck with this, and just gone full out, and then had that dude join them instead of the Wolfman, and then you'd have that clown angle like they had with the first two movies.
Yes.
Oh, I could have
That'd
seen
have been
that.
much better than what they did with it.
I
sure.
could have seen that where the clown could have killed his half brother and somehow Sid Haig is inside this clown fucker here. But in any case, so
Weird sci-fi right there.
well, he
What, you're gonna make him
definitely
possessed by Sid Haig.
right, like Shocker. But anyways,
Hey, why not? At this point.
I mean, it happened with Jason. I mean, come on. But anyways, moving forwards here, the clown does in fact make them laugh, but he leaves by a totally different way. And then
Yeah, because he pissed himself. Yeah, they were gonna kill him, and he pisses himself, and he's like, he starts laughing. He's like, "Oh shit, you made me laugh. Does this mean I get to leave?" Yeah. Killed him.
Indeed.
Plays
so
the clown? Was
Straight
it,
to clown heaven.
the warden then is forced to go to his prison.
We're kind of skipping over the clown bit here. Who played that clown? Was it Clint Howard, or was it just a dude that kind of looked like him? Yeah.
No clue.
I don't think it was Clint Howard.
You never know. But the point is, that bit was a bit like cornball for me. It felt very much like they were sort of trying to be smart and like parody the stuff they did before, but it just comes across as like kind of dumb. The dude's dancing around trying to be funny, and then they're like, "Oh," and then you pissed on me, and I'm gonna shoot him.
I don't know.
I didn't get like a kick out of it.
I
Yeah,
sort of got a kick out of it.
The clown part could have definitely been skipped.
Yeah, it was just like
I mean,
whatever.
him
This
pissing
is
himself
dumb. Yeah.
and him laughing it off.
Yeah.
That scene was funny. The rest of it really wasn't. Like, I don't think he was really trying to make them laugh.
He's a
would
birthday
argue-
clown, dude. He usually plays to 8-year-olds. Yeah.
Some would argue the clown is the best part of this movie.
I would argue
Oh,
that
fuck
too.
no.
It's like,
Actually,
would
I
say that
like the
there's
stuff
something about,
later.
Yeah, me too.
things to see just because.
I'll tell you the best parts for me.
But yeah, I mean, I think the clown could have done. I still think that they could have done like a possession by the ghost of Sid Haig, and had this clown join them on their murderous rampage. I think that would have been a good way of doing it.
Yeah, I think that would have been awesome.
Yeah, put some supernatural back into it, like in the first.
I think that would have been a pretty tricky line to walk. Like, I think that would have been probably considered disrespectful almost. You know what I mean?
Sid would have thought it was awesome, though.
I do have to mention
He
that
might have, but
that prison guard, Greta, that was played by Dee Wallace.
Hell yeah. That is
Okay.
Dee Wallace, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. Like, now that you said it and I think about it, it totally is her.
It's kind of sad
Wow.
that they did the whole like beat them up like with the female prison guards, but they've kind of made them they kind of made them back into the kind of invincible characters, folk hero type, murderer types, which they were kind of like in the first film. So I didn't really have any worry about what was going to happen to her. She was going to kill all those people. That was just how it was. And that's sad, really, because because part of it is you want to be concerned for her. The second film, at least, did a job where it made me feel a little bit for the three. Whereas this one, I didn't feel anything at all for them.
Yeah, it's easy. I'd say inevitable that you just don't really care, you know.
I love the names of these thugs that are on Aquarius's payroll. You got Shovel, you got Clutch, you got Bullet. They're all like these like. You got Warlock, you got Gonzo, you got all these like different like names for them, which is kind of weird.
Sounds like the enemy list for a Sega Genesis game, you know.
But in any case, we do get the prison breakout, and I guess they kind of do. There is a moment where I'm not sure I entirely like this. The fact that he was playing with the chick's like ashes of her dead mother or whatnot.
I thought that was fucking hilarious, dude.
That was fucked up.
Fly, mama, fly. That was fucking great.
And I guess you get an outdoor scene with Sherry Moon stabbing the shit out of like the white wife. And was it Otis who like said he had an itchy trigger finger for the husband there? Yeah, I think he said his finger
Probably.
slipped. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm stuck on the fact that you guys are somehow offended by fake ashes getting scattered in this movie. And all the other stuff
If you're
is
not offended
fine.
by any of the other stuff in
Yeah.
this movie, that's kind of weird. That's where we draw the line.
I do get a kick out of the fact that Sherry Moon finds this authentic headdress and bow and arrow set, which
if you wanted to go extra edgy, boy, you could have had him like snort a line of their mom's fucking ashes. That would have been pretty dope. Yeah.
Grab that bow and arrows. That was
Like he just snorts a line of their mom's ashes and then kills them.
I could see that happening. But in any case, they end up killing the warden and ultimately. And we did have that moment where evidently that one chick who brought him the outfit for Sherry Moon, her character, baby, where we kind of found out that he was cheating on his wife. But ultimately,
hey, man, he's got his taste in women. That's fine.
They end up deciding that they should go down to Mexico.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was babies. Babies like we should
As
go to
one
Mexico,
does.
and they
Where I would go.
a good idea.
And they do. And they find themselves at a what I would consider a somewhat of a roachy motel looking thing. Run by a sleazy looking dude who kind of looks like he could be half brother to who is that who plays Falcone in the Batman.
John Turturro.
John Turturro. He could look like a half brother to John Turturro, just a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see it, but he somewhat reminded me of him, just a little bit. But in any case, there is an interesting character here that I thought that they made. They made friends with a dwarf, a guy, and I liked him. His name, I think, is Sebastian. But his real name is Pancho.
I actually really liked this kind of greasy Mexican place that they settled themselves down in. It's just, there's something that's weirdly charming about it, and I think that I do think that the other two films did not come close to the set designs of House of a Thousand Corpses. These are very creative. I really like this one. I like the little horror town. I think these are both really cool things, if you look at it at the end of the day.
Yeah, Sebastian's real name is Pancho Moller, which I'm not sure if I would entirely like that name, but that being said, I did enjoy his character a bit in this final sequence of events, because we get kind of a Once Upon a Time in Mexico vibe here. But ultimately, I guess they start to I guess relax because apparently life is kind of free here, evidently the dude that owns the place has some girls, and they evidently have company enough to help themselves enjoy each other a little bit. And but the guy who owns the place just so happens to have recognized them and has called this mafia dude by the name of Aquarius, who just so happens to be the son of that bounty hunter that we know as Danny Trejo. What do y'all think about that? This guy, as he evidently comes in.
I wish they'd spent more time developing the character, to tell you the truth. I mean, he kind of just came in for the third act. Spending more time on him would have helped a little bit more for an attachment for how badass he is.
Yeah, I could see that. I can see the point behind that. What about you, Dustin? What did you think about that whole once we knew that? Well, not just Poncho, but Aquarius, the dude who came down and made sure that
The cartel leader?
Yeah, the cartel leader.
I mean, he was a cool character. And he presented like an actual kind of larger scale threats to them, like sort of like the police did in Devil's Rejects. Because he brings like all those guys with him, but certainly doesn't really do any good. So,
Yep.
They kind of undercut him a bit with how like ineffective his goons are. I mean, they do catch them, but they get away like right away. They escape like right away. And it's like, wow, how did this cartel become so successful? These guys suck.
Well, Sebastian comes in and helps them actually, and this is before he gets shot to shit. You know, and it seems like I almost feel like Sebastian kind of reminds me of another dwarf we well know from Game of Thrones. Just a little bit in his character.
I actually thought maybe it might be him, and I looked him up, and I was like, "Oh, no, it's not." But he looks a lot like him, not just because they're dwarfs. He just in the face and stuff. He does look a lot like him. Dinklage.
Yep,
I
Peter
kind of like
Dinklage.
some of these
Peter
characters,
Dinklage.
but I really feel like none of them got really any major development. They just kind of came there, they did their thing, and they died.
I felt like the dwarf
he
had
had
the
he
most.
had a little moment with Baby. Hanging out, getting high with her, and had a little moment with her and stuff. And she didn't treat him like he was a midget. She treated him like a regular person and stuff. So.
Well, he looked like her brother, but that at the end of the day, they really should have introduced him like, even if they had done it like say a day earlier, I think it would have meant more when he died. And of course, he didn't mean anything when he died because they're like, whatever, and they moved on.
Right.
So
I feel like his character got more development than the others here in Tijuanaville or whatever the fuck you want to call this place. Regardless, we know it's supposed to be in Mexico somewhere where this is, and I do like the way his cartel people are dressed up. Like I do like the fact that that they're wearing like these Santo wrestling helmets and stuff, and that's why. And they do look kind of cool, the only thing is, I do think that they needed a little bit more of a backstory of like maybe what they were, instead of and maybe some character background there. But I guess we really didn't need all of that. So what do y'all think about this climactic scene here, where we have a little bit of a showdown with these guys, and what do you think about the ending result of the film?
I kind of like the use of the bow and arrow. I would have rather had a definitive ending of the trilogy than what we got, because it feels like it's meant to keep going and going. And I really do think that though it should have stopped with 2, definitely it needs to stop with 3.
Okay, anyone else? Alrighty, let's go into production. What about you, Tammy? What did you think about
this? I just want to quickly say I don't think this movie is as bad as we're kind of making it out to be. So kind of just like watch it and judge for yourself. But moving on to production.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it.
We kind of jumped around so much we didn't even
Yeah,
get
I
to
think it's not as bad as it's presented. It's a good film, but it's nowhere near as good as the other two. I feel like it was unnecessary.
when baby was shooting the minions or whatever the hell you want to call them with the bow and arrow, I thought that was
cool.
fucking awesome. Especially the last one when she's up on the dresser and she's just like shoots them and you know all the scenes with her shooting people with the arrows was awesome. That one was my favorite. It just fucking loved it. Like I said, I love baby, and there's the way she killed them in this one was really fucking cool. I'm not a big fan of guns, so the fact that she found a way to go back to a little bit more of closer to her roots, you know, using like knives and other things than guns is. I like.
That's right. I did
The
like
knife throwing contest.
the whole knife throwing thing that she did.
Oh yeah, that was really cool too. That was really cool. I knew she was gonna, throw it and get it right into the heart. But yeah, that was cool. But okay, go ahead with your production.
Did anyone want to say stuff on production before I did? Well, I thought the production was okay. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't as good as the first two, but it definitely wasn't a shit fest by any means. I just think it went a totally different route, just like Devil's Rejects went a totally different route. It's an ever changing art form in Rob Zombie's case, because it never stays the same, and I think that's a detriment to his character. It's never been the same thing each time, and
the Mexican area was amazing the way they built it. I thought they did a great job on it.
Yeah, set design was pretty cool. As far as that area went, I mean, some it just depends on what point of view you're looking from. So, that being said, did anyone notice like the music behind the film at all? Believe it did have kind of a soundtrack, maybe not as detrimental as the other two, but it looks like it had the Wild One on it, performed by Susie Quattro. It's a Sin to Tell a Lie, performed by Slim Whitman. The Frame, Terry Reid again. James Gang, The Devil Singing Our Song. Ride the Wind by James Gang. From Another Time, James Gang. Inagata Davida, I forgot that was in there, but Tammy reminded me of that Tim Allen episode with Inagata Davida. Every time she hears that song, it just reminds her of that. Faith to Arise, performed by Terry Reid. So, yeah. I don't know. The soundtrack didn't seem as like thought out as the first two did. You know. What about y'all?
Yeah, it was nowhere near as good as the other two.
It's not as memorable as the other two, for sure.
Yeah. That being said, let's go into favorite scenes and favorite characters. Let's start with you, Tammy. Did you have a favorite scene coming from this film at any given point in time, and a favorite character still?
Well, I like whenever baby's shooting the bow and arrow. I thought that was cool. She's pretty good at that. She hit everybody. So I liked all the scenes, with her shooting that. I thought that was a nice little twist instead of the guns. So,
That's something.
favorite character, I guess the little guy.
Oh, Sebastian.
Yeah, I liked him.
I liked him too. I think he was my favorite character as well. I think he was more fleshed out than y'all think, but whatever. Going into the Krull, favorite scene, favorite character.
Well, I already said it, and had said basically what Tammy had said, that the shooting the bow and arrow was awesome, and it was a little bit different than just using guns, and I like that because guns are boring. So yeah, I that was definitely my favorite scenes. I loved it when she got the headdress. I thought that was cool, and then when she had the headdress, and she's using the bow and arrow, and she's shooting the motherfuckers with it. Yeah, it's really cool. She can throw knives. She's very talented, and of course, Baby's my favorite character. Don't know why I'm the only one, but yeah, she's my favorite character in all the movies. Yeah, I just love her character. And like I said, I agree. She did go a little more. They more Harley Quinn-ish, but I fucking love Harley Quinn, so I guess that didn't deter me from loving the character at all.
How about you, Dustin? Favorite scene, favorite character.
I think my favorite scene is probably the conclusion to the shootout at the end, where they tie up the cartel leader and just burn him in that coffin. Because it's just like, you loser, you had this battle won. Look at you now. And for a favorite character in this, like, Otis is a lot less disgusting in this one, so I think I'm gonna pick Otis this time. Although Richard Brake gets a close nominee for second, just for like really going for it, in every scene that he's in. Like, he is giving it his all to be like a wacky or memorable character, and I think he succeeds.
What about you, Brandon? Is there a favorite moment or the scene and character?
Well, I think I'll just go with Captain Spaulding, though I didn't feel like he was the most prevalent character in this movie. I still want to kind of do it as sort of like paying respect to the man himself and the character he created, because in the first two films I legit felt like he was the best, and he kind of went out with that. He came in, he acted as best he could, he did what he could, and that's definitely worth that respect right there. As far as favorite scenes, man, that is hard to say. Maybe all of the stuff at the beginning, when they're doing like they're going to the different news reporting, and all the people are trying to tell like, free the three. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's terrible. But how does it not reflect these times?
Right.
So maybe that is my favorite, just because.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's his favorite.
Yeah, Sebastian is my favorite in here. I wish we could have gotten more of him. Like maybe he could have like joined the band, but I guess it's kind of fitting that he become the martyr of the thing. And I did kind of enjoy that whole like burning of the coffin thing, because that to me is like kind of old school, putting him in a coffin and burning him alive. It's a fitting.
You mentioned the part that they did it right, but they're like wait for his eyes. There's a part when a man breaks and like
Waiting for him to break. Something in the eyes just goes.
It's kind of cool.
It's a good speech.
Yeah.
And of course, the whole "fuck you." They always say that
I
because that
do
was
wish
always
that
his
there was.
last line.
I do wish that he had held on. That the bad guy had held on a little bit harder, and them just saying, "Well, I guess we can't deal with it. He's not going to break. Well, we're just going to take him out anyway." You know.
Yep. So
But
at the end, did you have something else to say?
no, I was just saying. I mean, I'm not necessarily still for the Firefly group, especially with Sid Haig gone. It's kind of like, yeah, I root for their enemies.
Okay. But at the end of
Bite
the
your tongue.
day, what did y'all think about the production?
Pretty well done. This had a good budget. The sets look good. It all looks pretty good. Like, this doesn't have the elaborate sets of House or like the kind of grittiness of Devil's Rejects. Like, it takes place in a lot of places. Like, it's, well, overall it's good. It's just kind of hard to nail down.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like you can't just judge all three of these together. It's like they're their own entities, you know. Um, how about you, Brandon? What did you think about the production overall?
I mean, one thing, and this is one thing that we talk about with the Versus Awards with makeup and hair design, is of course makeup effects, because a lot of gore effects are actually makeup and design. I think that's one of the reasons why you put forth Bad Boys last year, and the gore effects in this movie were very good, and they held up very well with the other two. You had your skinnings and you had your other things, and I think they worked well. I mean, it was very believable. If anybody who is not desensitized, they probably would not do well with Three from Hell. Then maybe they would do better than the others, but I would definitely say they did an amazing job with it.
Okay. Since we've talked about music, and I think we've talked about all the favorite scenes. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say about the film before we head into our outros? Alrighty. So, Dustin, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Well, I'm a horror collector living here in Milwaukee. I show stuff on my YouTube channel and my Instagram at the Crypt of Horrors. Same for both, and I can be found on Twitter as Cryptaxis. Trying to get that shortened to just Cryptaxis, but some jerk has it and won't let it go.
Alrighty. Heading over to you, Tammy. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
I go on this channel and another one and watch movies, talk about them, learn more from everybody else and what they have to say about them and backgrounds, and collect stuff myself. And now that it's summer, I go out with my 1972 Grand Prix.
Yep, and she is also my fiance. So,
Did I have to admit that?
Yes, every time. But in any case, moving over to Kroll. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Well, I'm Kroll, aka Ron. I'm not related to Dave whatsoever, so I don't have to admit nothing. I'm disabled, so I don't work, but I love watching movies, TV shows, play video games, and read books. I also come on the show and come on another show on Sundays with Dave and his fiance, and I really enjoy it. I've always enjoyed talking about a movie. Before a podcast, you usually be like, "Oh yeah, you like it? Oh, I liked it." And you might say a scene or two, and that's it. And I really like this in-depth talk about the movies. Even if I don't necessarily love them or like them that much, it's more fun to dissect the movies and talk about the scenes and stuff.
Okay, heading over to you, Brandon. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
And who knows? Maybe you'll find stuff that you would never have found before with us. That's a
Oh
great
yeah,
thing about this
that's
channel.
one thing I love. There's this some. I mean, I never would have watched Funny to Kill a Thing, and I still thought that was a decent movie.
So,
I like it. I don't think it was as awesome as Dave does, but
So, I'm SeptumSin. SeptumSin goes versus the world. Of course, we collect physical media here. We do pickup videos, occasionally release videos, and occasionally other type of videos. I am working currently on reviews, my film psychoanalysis series for the series of movies called Horror Tales .666 1 and 2. I'm working on those right now. Of course, if you want to see the most recent stuff, I did the Craiglan Incident part 1 through 3. And we did a lot of anime discussions. But most importantly, we are focused on the Versus Awards, which are amazing. Our amazing take on the award series and trying to make sure that we try and depoliticize those types of awards. So, with that being said, you should check it out. Check us out on Facebook. We do appreciate any type of feedback, and of course, we are in the middle of nominations. So, if you have films for 2021 that you want to put forward, you should definitely check it out.
Alrighty, and my name is David Streggy. I'm one of the founding fathers of Inside Movies Galore. So thank you for coming along with us on this trip from hell. Over
anyone want to say something about Mo?
No, he did. He did just drop out, didn't he?
Yeah. Mo is well. Before I go on about my stuff, let me talk about Mo. Mo is a character who comes on and talks with us about films from time to time, and his channel is Retro Cult Cinema. So definitely check out his channel. He is a blast to talk to, and I'm
We'll be talking about Kiki's delivery service very shortly. Hopefully, within the next weekend, we will be recording the episode.
Very cool. And I think we talk about a lot of films from a lot of different sources, and we enjoy psychoanalyzing them on these discussions, and enjoy getting together weekly talking about them. But I also moonlight under a different channel called Delusions of Grandeur, where I go on about videos I've picked up and video reviews of my own, and also do a podcast under the same name with my good friends Boris Kroll and Tammy here. In fact, what is the movie that we're actually going to be discussing, Tammy, this week? And I believe it's your pick, correct?
Zorro.
Mask of Zorro.
We are doing The Mask of Zorro with Antonio Banderas and Anthony Hopkins. So hopefully you can check us out on Sunday around 1 p.m. Central. So that'll be a blast. So get your Z's in if you get my drift. But anyways, back to you, Brandon, because don't we have another film coming up here celebrating our 5 years together?
It's hard to believe it's been 5 years. Of course, for me, it's been since August of that time period. But
or could it be 100 years?
What's that?
Could it be 100 years?
Oh, who knows what these times is. I remember when I first came on, it was The Room. And I thought that this was an artsy, highfalutin channel. So I thought, this must be a very beautiful, artsy film, and I must be misinterpreting it when I watched it. But of course, the second film. So we're kind of doing both our first and second feature film coverage, and our second feature film that we covered was the Salo, which was the 120 Days of Solemn. Was that right?
Yep.
And I have been interested in this, but many people, I think Dustin himself, had said he had to sit that out. So I have to be curious as to what kind of film would do that. So we are going to really hit this. We're going to return to this. I'm hoping we can get more special appearances by past members of the crew. But if we don't, we are sure to have one heck of a discussion.
And that being said, everyone say good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.
And let us know down in the comments whether you liked these films or not. Let us know.
Come on.